Hey there, guys. Hey there, guys. Mention we're back. Walrus beat me to it. What's up, brother? How's it going? Welcome. Happy Friday. Yes, the algorithm here as well. How you guys are doing? Maiden Acacia, welcome. We are back. Sorry about that. Mechs and Mind Games as well, welcome. And try never to sneeze on stream. Caliban, what's up? Also here. Finally able to stop in, working from home on Fridays now. Oh, fun. Hopefully that's a good thing for you. The first years of me doing this like full-time, it was very difficult for me. I had a lot of trouble staying productive. And to some degree, I still do. But yeah. Actually having to do something I don't want to do for 8 hours at home, I don't know that I'd be able to do it. Something I'm not passionate about. But in terms of what I'm doing, it's easy. Alright, let's see. I think the good thing about it is like the stream. Like I press the button to start the stream and I don't end it until a certain time. There's no option. Like, and if I did something that wasn't the stream, you would see me do it and it would be potentially embarrassing for me or worse. So it makes it easy. But if I was not streaming, if I had to say make like 3 videos a day instead of stream for 4 to 5 hours, I probably wouldn't get 3 videos a day done. Yo, finally able to watch a stream. Just had eye surgery. Took 2 weeks off of work. Eye surgery, wow. Hopefully that's not a serious thing. Hyper Pred, welcome. The add-on pre-made group finder is excellent. Alright. Well, the add-on search for key is not, it's not working for me today. This happens a lot. I think, unfortunately, this is usually why we have to stop streaming early, is because, like, the first, like, hour or so, there's just, for some reason, this, like, 10 o'clock hour just never has keys. I don't know. I think it's because it's getting to be just too late for Oceanic. I mean, I guess we'll sign up for it since they don't. But it's getting to be just too late for Oceanic, I think. And it's not early enough for all the degenerates. I'm not interested in any add-ons. We're good. We got everything that we need. Hey, Wow Kid, what's up? Welcome. This guy's name is Dash to Swirly. That's a perfect name for a Demon Hunter. Oh, and we have Windwalker, or Mistweaver again. That'll be interesting to see.
No matter how beautiful, this poison serves no purpose
What
beyond destruction.
Yeah, we actually got this dungeon on 15 yesterday, so now we're doing it on 16. Not much slow Friday at work. Oh, good. Hopefully, I think that's good. Probably bad for the company, but just imagine somewhere out there is an observation evoker getting carried. Oh yeah. Anybody playing that spec is getting carried now, especially. Like, I would have said that last season and it wasn't, you know, it was a bit belligerent of me, but this season it's seemingly fact. I think my least favorite part of vanilla UI is the non-color coded health bars. This? That's all vanilla UI. Dev is nuts right now. Is it really? From what we saw, it is middle of the pack right now. But it's definitely better than Og.
We must understand its venom in order to fight it. Perhaps my alchemist can concoct an antidote.
It is a pretty long trip. Oh, oh, did they change or fix this or what? Oh, no, they didn't. I was gonna say you don't get dismounted. I played Blood Death Knight last season when Guardian was meta, and this season I play Guardian when Blood Death Knight is meta. Why? Yeah, what makes you want to do that? It is weird. I mean, if you like Blood and Bear, then why would you not play them when they're strong? There's a portal in the prey room to the new island. Yeah, I don't have that. Let's see what this looks like. Dungeon got nerfed bad, so relatively easy to survive now, hopefully. You gotta do the quest first, yep. I don't mind the time, honestly. I like the time. I like flying around the world. Portals are big no for me. I like to travel the world. I probably wouldn't take the portal even if I had to.
He's put up barriers to avoid any interruptions.
Zujara does not have much time. I will scout ahead. Bring down the barriers, champion.
Really good Gorfians there. Ah, my kick was useless. That one's going off. Getting onto temple must take forever. Oh yeah. Temple of what? The Palace? No, you just... Well, I'm saying I would take the portal to that, yeah. But since I was already in, like... I was in Silver Moon already, so... It's not like I was gonna go back to the city. Or I was in Quel'Thalas already. I wouldn't normally go back to the city just to take the portal there. Did you know that Peter Cullen made a deal to use his voice with AI so they can always have him as Optimus Prime? That guy just passed away, right? No offense, but I don't even know who that is, nor care about that, but I guess that's a good thing. Peter Cullen is he known for anything else? Doesn't sound familiar at all. It's mystery we're now having mana issues. The few we've seen have been like this for the guys. I don't know, forget it. They still drink like crazy or whatever. Get mana back. He was the guy who voiced the very first WoW trailer. Oh, for real? Oh, interesting. Okay. Did a bunch of cartoons, best known as Optimus Prime. Yeah. Was not a Transformer guy, that's for sure. Cars in general just don't excite me, like, at all. I know a lot of people who really like fucking cars in general, like, regardless. Not even Transformers, but, like, fantasy cars, definitely not exciting me. I was wondering how many keys do you usually fail? They're all on the sheet if you want to watch every single one of them are there. You take a look. Years and years and years of data is there as well, if you want to look back. Data's from BFA. I need to get an Eeyore when I go to Disney World and DW. Gotcha. And I guess we should kill this so somebody can get the thing.
Just a few more.
Cars are cool, but getting into the weeds about internals and stuff isn't super interesting. Oh yeah, I guess like there's obviously a lot of people who like building cars too. I just meant like the idea of a car in general, like exciting people, is not recognizable to me. Cars are simply a tool. It would be like the same thing as like the shoes. Like people go nuts about shoes. These things are simply tools for me. It wasn't always like that about shoes per se, but I could see fashion, but outside of like collecting rare shoes for value, I don't see any reason to do it. Okay, so yesterday our only deaths in this dungeon that made any big impact on the key was to this pack being combined, so maybe we should not do it. It seems like it's too slow if we don't. Every pot has its lid. That's usually true unless you lose it, which we have lost a lot of pot lids over the years. How is that different from PC enthusiasts that want their PCs to light up like Times Square, because the PCs are valuable? You can use them for things that aren't just... Like a regular PC is way, way worse than a very good PC, but a regular car is not significantly worse than like a super souped up car or something, right? Like unless you're like a racer or something, like. That seems right. With only one up we go. I did 15 Rare Life pulls last night. Had Guy DC long enough to leave the party, but someone in the party said I'm in his disc and he's trying to get back on, and 4 minutes later he came back and we 4-manned the second boss in trash. And did you upgrade it? That's crazy. Yeah, see, people still die. I don't know what to do here. What are people doing with these two guys? Surely they must chain them somewhere, but when? I used to buy a sword anytime I go to the PA Ren Fair until I stopped buying them and realizing it was weird with people that collect guns. Yeah, I mean, if you're a duelist, I could see you collecting swords. I don't get why people who don't have a racing education get Lamborghinis. Right, yeah, that's what I mean. It's all just like posturing, and it just doesn't excite me. It doesn't make me... Like, I can't even imagine spending money on a car.
No way across. We'll have to jump down. Do not let us make a meal out of you. That Hydra might be expecting another meal.
I chained the 2 patrols together into the 2 spinny dragons. Oh, really? That's interesting. Yeah, this, like, why are you still in the pool is my question. Yeah, straight line. I like that. So that's your first pull down there? That's interesting. Alright, I'm good. This fight is just like, I'm done with it, honestly. I can't watch, I'm not gonna sit here and watch people die of this easy shit over and over again.
Your survival wasn't necessary. Its hunger is too great! Light aid us.
Gambo, what's up? Welcome. I appreciate the card itself, I suppose, but most of the time it's not worth its price. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's simply a tool to get me somewhere. So the only thing I would ever pay extra for in a car is one that can get me there way faster legally. And that doesn't exist. So, I'm just gonna buy the car that ends up being the
This looks like a
most economically realistic. And that's it. Date Mike, what's up? Welcome. And Jambo's here as well. What did they die to? The first guy just took like way longer to get down here and get out of the puddle or something. I have no idea. And then the second thing was the guy got hit by the frontal. Kill Tony, yep. I've been watching a lot of clips on that. I never watched the actual like podcast until recently. Right. Spreadsheet. Mistweavy, BM Hunty. That sounds really weird that I'm saying it with all Y's. Demon Hunty and Assassiny. Arogi. I don't like that I said that, but I did it just for the punctuation of it. So you're telling me that climbing dungeons are so easy right now, people are still learning simple dodge mechanics? I don't know, the guy had some reason. He said, I love that I can't cancel that. I don't know what he's talking about, but he seems to be saying that he was not, like, physically capable of moving out of the mechanic. And I don't understand why that would be the case, but maybe it is. I did a couple quick keys as Arms Warrior for the first time. You could roll your face on the keyboard and do excellent DPS. Well, I guess a lot of people don't have faces, or maybe they don't have keyboards, because we have seen some mediocre ones. I mean, I guess if, like, middle of the pack is decent, then maybe the face rolling thing works, but... Or excellent, is what the word you used. But it's like, I don't know what these people are doing wrong, but they die constantly. Did you get a haircut? Yep. Tuesday. They die constantly. It does feel like they're, like, squishy or something. Like, they die more than you'd expect for a plate wearer. And then, always middle of the pack. Like, I don't think I've ever seen one just blow a key out of the water. The only times I've seen a key blown out of the water has been Ellie. We have seen a little bit of Feral looking ridiculous. But realistically, the only outlier I see is Ellie. The biggest underperformers of this patch so far has been Shadow Priest and Unholy Death Knight. And then the thing that's most disappointing has been Arms Warrior. Because everybody said they were going to be top damage, and they're not even like... They're like maybe average at best. They don't know how to use Defensive Stance or Impending Victory or Spell Reflect. Well, the squishiness aside, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of reasons for that, but... Actually, just no keys. Demo is shredding keys right now. Oh, really? Since we're on the topic again, let's take a look at it again. But I don't really, yeah. We'll see. Alright, in terms of actual DPS. Yeah, you see? Arm's actually not that good. Demo is number 2. They're right behind Ellie. Outlaw, which we only just saw, I think our first Outlaw yesterday. I believe it was a viewer. All 3 rogue specs are crazy. All as good, if not better than Arms. And Feral Druid better than Arms, like we thought. Considerably better than Arms. And Arms only 9k above Fury. So why bother? Anyone saying top damage was wrong. They are never the highest overall. Ellie beats most people, even Bombkin, I think. Bombkin's not even in the top 20, it looks like. Another one, Bombkin's just like pathetic. Like, where are you guys? Where was this info coming from? Is it a set bonus thing and they don't have it yet? But they're not even. They're fucking 40k behind Feral. Arm's ability to kill a single target while doing AoE is the best. Oh, yeah. It's better than Arcane. I thought Arcane was good at that. Glad to catch the beginning ish of a stream today. Sweet welcome, Zero Winner. This is Archon, brother. This is the average of all the top damage dealers, so there's no user error. This is just reality. If Arms is way harder to use than every other spec, then that's evidence that it's not a good pick. If we're saying that the average of all warriors above 13 are worse than the average of all Ellie shamans, then that means Ellie's the better pick by, you know, that's comfortable. We have to come up with some other reason. like Faxy's reason is like, alright, well that makes sense at least. Single target is their AoE. Oh yeah. PTR VODs and streams is where I get my info from people who are continually near rank 1 world players. Yeah, that's the problem though, isn't it? Because you're not going to play with those people ever. So they might make a spec look crazy good, but in reality most players aren't able to play at that level, and that may be shown substantially, you know? Like, whereas like for, I don't know what the easiest spec in the game right now, let's just say it's Havoc Demon Hunter, I don't know, Frost Mage, whatever you want to say, Rep Pally, doesn't matter. Whatever the easiest spec in the game is right now, right? There's still some nuance to it. So some guy might go out there and make it do like 20k more than the average, right? Okay. So then people are going to follow him and think, oh, I'm going to play Rep. All right. But Rep is easy to play. So even if they're doing 20k less than the average, or even if they're doing that average DPS, they still look good, right? Okay, but then you go to something like whatever the most complicated spec is. You know, whatever you want to say. Arms Warrior, whatever. It doesn't matter. Flores, thanks for sub. So Arms Warrior, most complicated spec. Top player goes to do the same damage that he did on Ret. Okay? But then everybody picks Arms and they do like 50k less than that guy because it's harder to play. Then the spec's bad. That makes the spec bad. What happened there? Oh. Then that just makes the spec bad. You know what I mean? Like that's just, it's unfortunate that it's like that, but that's just how it is. If people only pick things based on how good it could be, but they're not actually able to make that happen, then it's a bad pick for them. And the spec is a bad invite. I watched Pilot play Arms Warrior and he pumps. Nice. I'm surprised that guy's... I thought that dude just like quit WoW altogether. He was like one of the most interesting content creators during BFA because he was like constantly just like super high energy videos slamming every other creator. I won't, but for LFG, that's where they get their info from. Tier lists. They don't watch or listen. Why the ranking is what it is. They say that this is the world first keys, but people do not listen. Yeah, that's why I say people just got to stop making these videos. At the end of the day, like, all right, you've given too many disclaimers and they're still being disregarded. I'm sorry, this content is now detrimental. That's why I stopped doing the tier lists and stuff. Like, I don't make content like that anymore for that reason. People are in there looking for some kind of easy answer and they're not willing to hear nuance, and then they're polluting the game with that easy answer they got, you know? So I won't give that to them. Most of the tier list videos will say for LFG, pick the class that does the most overall. Right. I need to get more flasks. Well, you described a skill issue. The spec being bad has nothing to do with it. It does, yeah, because, well, it's just an output to say the spec is bad. I mean, theoretically, we can't tell if the spec is good or bad because everybody's playing it bad, you know what I mean? So, like, from our output viewpoint, it is bad, but maybe from some kind of theoretical viewpoint, it's not bad? I don't know. We don't live in theory. It ain't the Matrix. I am the best player in all specs. I just quit before my 99 parses. Oh yeah, that's like that guy yesterday. Okay, this guy Flores subbed, and now he's added even more Floreses to his name. I've just started playing Blood Death Knight recently. I see you running Deathbringer. What do you prefer of it compared to Sandland? Oh, so many things. Sandland is so spammy and it's really hard to play in dangerous situations, so. TLDR, I just like everything about it. It's just it fits my eye better. Biggest thing is just not losing Bone Shield. Like, you have like crazy good Bone Shield coverage. You'll never go below like 8 Bone Shield in combat, which is crazy. If it's that hard to play, then it's a design issue. Or it doesn't have to be that hard to, like, we don't have to use that qualifier in that statement, you know what I mean? Like, the spec could just be harder to play than other specs, and that would make it a bad pick, right? Like, if you look at global, you know, whatever rates of success, all it needs to be is like 10% harder than another one, and that would make it harder to play. Did we just use? Wait, that's me. They did die. It's just like really, really close to where you start, I guess. It can be said that the design of the spec is bad, but its output in the hands of the best player is crazy. Yeah, we're just talking about like the Pug world, right? It's the same thing with AUG. It's like the same discussion we had about AUG all the time. Like, in some theoretical world where everybody in the group is like world first players, then AUG was a great pick, but that's almost never happened, so it's almost irrelevant, you know? Like, you wouldn't look at some kind of like, it's not even 0.1%, I think. It's like 0.05% of the population in keys as some kind of fact, you know what I mean? Like, it's such a small percentage of AUGs that are actually doing something good that the spec is not good. Like, that's just, you know, a vast majority of the AUGs are not good. So that's it. It's like the stat that a large percentage of player base would do more average DPS with the one button rotation. Yeah, I'd be interested to see that if like somehow the game mandated the one button rotation in one piece of content. I think a lot of people would be surprised. Cop tried to do some like objective comparisons, and it was like lower overall for him, but it was way higher in AoE. And I think if everybody would do that, they would recognize like, oh, you know what, I'm probably doing something like wrong mechanically. It's unfortunate that most pugs can't have the same output that the spec is capable of, but I wouldn't classify it as a bad spec. I would, yeah. Yeah, we're just talking about global trends here, right? So like if 99.9% of all people playing the spec are bad, and then like 15 people on the planet are making it look good, then it's just not good. It's just unfortunate that only 15 people on the planet can make it look good, but there's 100 specs outside of that that are always good by everybody. Like, that's why I was saying with Ret. Like, give the best player in the world the Ret, and he's gonna do better than the people who are playing Ret now. But that doesn't mean, you know, that the average is worse or something. I think pugs would go better if everyone used one button and just used their interrupts and stops on cooldown. It would be very interesting. No, I don't even have 3-piece. I only got 4-piece. Depends a lot on the people panicking. They miss globals during movements. OBR eliminates that. Yeah, theoretically you should. I would imagine there would be people who miss globals with the one button rotation still too, though. They just don't press a button that does damage, period, I bet, a lot of times. I don't think a lot of people care to improve the game. Right, they don't really. They just chase like metrics that go up on their screen, and that ends up being just, you know, forming this idea that they should just hop from key to key until it keeps going up. Alright. Yeah, this dungeon's just... Alright, healer's dead, so that's it. Every single time we do this, the healer dies, and then that's it. It's really... I don't see how it's hectic. I really don't get it. People have a lot of trouble surviving this for some reason. Always the healer who dies there too. And then that's it. The respawn is ridiculously far away, so it's over. Once the healer dies there, it's over. Is it better to go like one small pack and one mini boss? That's what I was trying to do, but then we aggroed the big mini boss too. I guess I need to pull that guy way further back or something. Okay. What is that, bro? There's way too many tanks out there, man. It's getting crazy. Just during the workday in the US. No, there's plenty of keys apparently. We looked at this yesterday. They just all have tanks already, which I have to like. It won't show up if they have tanks. Alright. People just don't respect the room. Those leaper cats that put a bleed plus insidia aura is pop something or die. Oh yeah. Tanks fail upwards. Look at lower keys. Tank roll is usually last to be filled. I wouldn't say fail upwards. I think it's just way easier to control your own success rate as a tank, and as such you climb faster than DPS. A bit of a funny moment last night. Last King's Rest 15, and because Pally bopped tank on last boss, and boss killed 2 people. Oh wow. That happened to me. That got in the review last season. I would agree with Jambo until like the 15 level this season. They were just dying to busters they never had to deal with before, leaving everyone angry. Oh yeah. I mean, realistically, that's a tuning issue more than anything, right? What tank busters are there? I'm not even at 15. I'm not aware of any. Hardest part has just been pulling large and surviving it.
Meadows and miscreants have spread acorns around the cradle.
Only tank busters that do anything is ironically last boss of King's Rest. Yep. That's correct. It's also interesting how DPS skill ceiling is pretty much the same on the whole ladder, whereas tanks and healers, the skill requirement moves up exponentially. Oh. Would you say that? I would say opposite for healer. I think honestly it gets easier to heal the higher up you go. Wait, what the fuck? I just like flew into some cave or something. Or it like, it's not a even curve one way or the other. It like starts out really hard and gets easier for a little bit, but then it gets harder again, I guess. That isn't failing upwards. Some things just don't hurt until you get to a certain level. They succeed because of the tuning being off you. Like, yeah, obviously surviving a tank buster that doesn't threaten you is not failing. It's just Blizzard bad. Have you struggled on King's Wrath last boss? Initially, yeah, but we figured out some good things to do for the overlap. Okay, I need to get more flats. Somebody's got to remind me. Oh yeah, good call. Alright, we good. That's a good pick. Alright. Don't lie. Don't die to AMS not being used this time. Why do these not stack? That's so crazy. Everything else stacks.
4, 3, 2, 1.
All dust is limited, so we must call the areas.
Some
where
places
the
have the
lightning
liquid
is
luster
most
pot
active.
being better than light's potential. Nice.
A large attack only causes the light bloom to spread. A few striking the most dangerous. That is best.
Okay, that's just like I keep trying to grab those and that's just not working. I was dispelled. Is that the pot that gets stronger over time? Oh yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of verse. Oh, but that's the one that you have to have high verse to use. Is that right? Is that the one? We were talking about that last season, but I don't ever have enough verse for it to pick verse. I think was the issue. You can maybe stop together, then yank the two guys there in a second. Well, I was talking about those flowers. I keep trying to get those small flowers in that pack as well. But I can't ever get them because I use all my spells to like grip stuff, and then
So this is where Rumia has hit.
I'm also dying. It's new for season 2. Oh, for real? Shit. Wait, and it gives a lot of versatility? I should check it out. I might have to take a look at that. It gives verse no matter what. That's sick. I might get that. I gotta take a look at it. DM guide recommends using it 5 seconds before pull. Oh wow, that's pretty nuts. Doing it like that, that's pretty nuts. Almost like another defensive. Yeah, that sounds fucking sick. I gotta get that. Is it expensive though? That's the big question. That's a cool idea. I don't think they've ever done something like that too, right? That gets stronger over time. I guess they've done maybe trinkets and stuff, but same price. Sick. While we're sold. I'm checking it out. Happy Friday. You're right. It is. And it will be. Silver rank is 12 to 13 gold. Gold rank is 230. Oh, yikes. Alright, well, definitely silver we go. I have that same barrier trinket as you, but it's only champ track. Can't remember where it drops. It's from Delves, yeah. I got super lucky. I got it from my Delve week, so that was crazy. I think this is going to end up being a trinket we end the season with, to be honest. It's really nice having a very large defensive. Especially right now. I guess you could argue that you need the verse less the deeper you go into the pull. Yeah, I guess so. That's actually one problem, but it's definitely more defense, probably even on the start of the pull than the strength trinket or the strength potion. You could pre-pot the dungeon for the... Yeah, that's why I was thinking about it, because I'm pre-potting like every dungeon anywhere, so it's like, oh, well, that's going to really help then. Pre-pot the instance with it, yeah. That's actually pretty sick. I love this music. This season has some really good music tracks in their Mythic Plus dungeons. No Azure Azure vaults, but I've gotten 2 really strong defensive trinkets from Delves. Spirit Ward. I've never heard of that one. It is weird that this Delve trinket is like, because nobody would ever care about this in Delves. Like, what would you ever use it for in Delves? It's funny because the Wowhead comments are the only people talking about how useful it is in Delves. Must be hard for some people. Yeah, those people suck. Or they're playing like super squishy characters. They're using it as like mages or something like that, probably. If you're dying in Delves as a tank, you got, man, that scares me. It's really weird too, like the conversation about that kind of thing, because people are like, "Oh, you have no idea how like bad the average WoW player is," and it's like I don't understand it. It's like what's there to be bad about? It's literally just not tuned well. Like how could you possibly fail in content like that? It's you're just not trying. It's not about bad. You're just not even trying. You're doing something like wholesale wrong with WoW. It's not about skill. It's not about like, oh, I pressed the wrong global there, I died. You didn't press any global there, I died. Probably leaped out of range. The guy leaped all the way around. Spirit Ward trinket is a slightly lower shield but shorter CD. It dynamically changes how much it absorbs based on how much danger you're in. Whoa, fuck. That's probably even better then, because this CD is pretty long. Using a green screen in the back? No, it's AI removes the background. Had that for years. Yeah, Les isn't even up. Probably the actual problem for super casuals being bad. Right, they just don't try. That's what I mean. Like, they put no effort into being good at the game, and then they act like they're bad. It's like, well, yeah, bro, no shit. I could drive a car with my fucking eyes closed, and I could be a bad driver. Like, what do you mean? Like, of course you're going to be a bad driver. You're not even trying. Aren't you way low count for the new route? I have no idea, to be honest. I got a lot of flowers, so I don't know. We'll figure it out at the end. Interesting to see more unused trinkets. There's a lot of unused trinkets, it feels like. CD on the Ultra Down is long, but you can use it before the dungeon to eat some of that cooldown early. Oh, I didn't know that. What the fuck? Oh yeah, it lasts a full minute. Whoa. So I could use it like as we're preparing for the dungeon, and then it would still be there? Or does it, you sure it doesn't get removed? That's kind of crazy. Whoa, those are some big tips. If those things, if both of those things are true between that and the potion, we're never gonna die on pull one again. Why would I say that out loud? But yeah, no, it's gonna be easier than it was. That's what we meant to say. It doesn't get removed. Huh. It's crazy. I heard you can blinding sheet to remove the roots. Oh, really? Beware. Yeah, I guess I'll try that too. Here we go. Let's see. Nope. Still miss Christmas Metro backgrounds? Yeah, those were good days. For those, you have to figure out where to use the trinket early. The only hang up is some dungeons where you take a while to get to. Oh well, yeah, no doubt. Do you have your 4 set? No. And it didn't work for me. I don't know. Unless it somehow missed me. I guess it's possible it didn't hit me. But I was still in a route.
They can take us below, but swiftly. I would not expose them to the light bloom long.
With the light bloom, I can restore the Haranir to what we must be.
Everything.
You stand in my way.
I will block the root ways. He will not escape again.
You can still skip the frog with feign death. Oh yeah. But now you'd be like crazy to try it, right? Yeah, it definitely works on those snakes because that's like a mob that's channeling on you, I guess. Oh, do you think it's still worth skipping it with it giving that much count? Yeah, I don't think they really made any changes to make it not skippable. They just changed it so you wouldn't want to skip it, but I guess if you want to, you can still do it. Seems like a lot of extra mobs if you skip it. Right. What did you pull instead? It's the season of the raptor frontals, which is perfect because I love those.
Behold my power! Burn for me!
I'm just gonna AMS this because that's very close. I don't want to risk it. Just did the normal route people were doing before. Oh, really? Well, that's what I did, and then you're telling me I don't have enough count, so. Certainly have to get more if we're gonna skip the frog. I guess one thing you can do is the double pull at the start. Both side pull, yeah. At least all those nice brown boxes that show something is happening before it was just the jump claw and you hope you're... Oh, right, you're talking about the animations, you know. They added 30 more count to the dungeon overall requirement. They added 30 count to the frog, yep. But it's not just that, seemingly, because I did pull the frog last time we did this and we were still short. But it's definitely better. Hardest fight in the game right now. But not the end of the world, I don't think. Yeah, it's the end of the world.
Remember the claws. Burn for me.
Or you want to move or what?
Bleed for your crimes. I call the light. No chance. Lights down.
Come on, die.
It was 400.
10 minutes out of that split.
Precision attack. I should have called for everyone.
Come on. You're fucking frog, man. Okay, I don't even know what the point of the killing the frogs is. Seems like you just ignored him. Potato does not acknowledge your grip. Yeah, what was that? Very weird. Does the route add-on you use put the star mark on the nameplates? No. That wouldn't be possible. There would be too many mobs in range to have one mark on them. They're spawned much closer now, yep. Especially if you tangle against a ledge like this, and they all spawn really close. No, maybe not. That's just a coincidence, I guess. Sometimes it works. But it doesn't matter. I don't even think you want to kill him. I'm not sure what the point of not killing, like why bother killing him. There's a mini MDT that can show a mini map with your route. Yeah, I have seen that. That's cool. Blessing.
That looks dangerous.
What?
We must destroy it before they finish infusing it.
Ryan, what's up? Welcome. I'm doing good. Hope you're doing good too. Well, yeah, I was planning on bringing trash to the boss, so now hopefully we have count. I don't know, maybe we just have enough count. We don't need to do that, but yeah, I think we might actually. How much does this guy give? 3%? Yeah, we might. I think we might be like just short though, unfortunately. No, we should be good, I think. Oh, maybe not. Some of these small mobs only don't even give 1%. I wonder if Blizzard will ever let us change the color of certain ground effects. Oh god, no. We do. Look at that. We have like almost perfect count. That worked out really well. This guy want a drink? Said no mana the whole fucking dungeon. Okay, I guess not.
Beware.
I don't know what's up with these shaman. Some make it look impossible, others make it look like it's not an issue.
Beware.
There's so much purple this season. Yeah, but if you could change the color, then you'd be able to change whatever the texture is, and that would be way too overpowered. That's like bannable right now, so. There's a toy that changes them, but it's a static thing you can't modify. Oh, really? What does it change it to? Dylan, what's up? Welcome. I turned some blues to purple, but I haven't used it much to tell everything. Oh, really? I didn't even know that existed. I remember back in OG Wrath, there was an add-on that you could draw in the world. Yes, we talk about that a lot. I can never remember the name of it though, but it was wild. You draw anything you want anywhere. One of the officers in our guild would draw big dicks and Dalaran, so when we'd like leave the raid, you'd see them all the way across the, like you would see them from Iceground Citadel. Augmented virtual reality, AVR, that's it. One of the most interesting things that ever happened in WoW. And that was so fucking long ago. Brother, what are you doing? Holy fuck, thank God the boss is dead. That guy literally just leaped into trash. That's wild, bro. Wow. Alright, well, we upgraded it. Whew. That was a scary ending. Nice to see a time of 15 after so much pain in here. I wouldn't really call it pain. Yeah, it was around for like weeks, yeah. If Blizzard could add to the dungeon journal an option each mechanic what color that would display as, that would be perfect. Yeah, that was a lot of... That would be a lot of work, I think, but... That's definitely the hardest fight to heal. Guy says, I had to use defensive stance, bro. Wild. There's Jambo's point. Could there be more stances? Like, it's always weird that there was only ever 3, right? I mean, I think you can mess with colors in the colorblind mode if it's easier for you, perhaps. So, yeah. I was AFK, but I heard my name. The guy said the fight was hard and he had to use defensive stance for it. Okay, that's probably our biggest Arms Warrior Delta 2 that we've seen there, by the way. 302k, that's a big one. Big number there. Everybody else lost by 40k. There was a 4th, Gladiator Stance. Oh, yeah. But wait, did Gladiator Stance exist for Fury and stuff? No, it was only for a Prot, right? So that's a weird one. That wouldn't work in like early days, right? What did Gladiator Stance actually do? Like physically do? I know it would make you do DPS as a damage dealing or as like a tank, but like what did it physically do to make that happen? It just was a flat damage buff? Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Increased damage dealt, replace shield block with shield charge, and increased AP by armor value. Oh, interesting. Gladiator Stance is in SOD. Yeah, what does it do in SOD? I should look it up. Haven't played much this week. Physical comp is hopping on tonight to try to get some 14s done. Nice. Let's see. Gladiator Stance SOD. An aggressive stance that increases damage dealt while you're wearing a shield. Okay, so that's like the big thing. Because I was wondering, like, why wouldn't you just use it and then take the shield and sword off? Increases block chance by 10%, but reduces armor by 30% and threat generated by 30%. In addition, you gain 50% increased rage when you auto-attack. Damages, when you auto-attack, damages an enemy not targeting you. The fuck? That is not what it did in WoD at all, right? That's like totally different, I believe. Combining Wrecking Crew or Sword and Board Rune, Shield Mastery Rune plus 10% damage, Dual Wield Specialization Talent and Fury, and Gladiator Stance. There's a lot of stuff in SOD, man. Oh, wait, why would you have more AP? That wasn't mentioned down there. This part is buffing shield slam, though, I think, right? The higher the block, the more damage you do with shield slam. Yeah, causing damage modified by your shield block value. Alright. Came out in WAD, yeah. Block value increases shield slam damage, yeah. Considering dumping some gold into Heroic Ulitech since finding out we can't bank the rolls anymore. Didn't want to do it this week, but I have it spare. You're saying you're gonna buy a boost? What the hell? It's that hard, huh? I've heard a lot of people say. I watched that Ian interview, and they said that they made this shit harder on purpose because they're giving better loot from raids now. I was like, oh wow. It's an interesting thing to hear them say out loud. Yeah, Marquis a fucking 14, man. So yeah, we're fucked. Like, well, good thing today's Friday, I guess. There's like not a lot of keys listed. Oh yeah, new potion. What do we call it again? Luster? Something or other? I just don't have a guild and I don't think there are many pugs killing it right now. Yeah, I get you. You would stack haste and you could fit 2 shield slams in 1 shield slam. I loved that stance until they nerfed it. Oh yeah. Got another speedy disband. Nice. Was that the thing you just emailed me, or is there another one coming? Liquid Luster. Every 6 seconds for 30 seconds. Increasing your versatility while this potion is active. Wait, 358 is what, and then and 5 times it goes up. Is that how it works?
Return when you need more.
Normal Ulitech is still a joke. Oh yeah. You sent me one August 20th and then one this morning at 9:14. Alright, let's use it and let's see how much first we get. So currently we have 14%. That's a 6% damage reduction. Oh wow. It's already big. Oh, it's not dynamically updating? Or yes, it is. 16% now. So it's already a 10% damage reduction extra. And one more tick. Or no, is that where? Yeah, 22.28% damage reduction. 22.28. 22.28 minus 6.88. Alright, it's a 15% damage reduction at its highest. So on average, it's probably like a 7% damage, or 7% damage reduction. That's way, way, way better. And obviously Verse is good for survival, or for damage too, so. That's our new potion. Good fucking call. I don't know how I didn't know about that. I like that it lasts 30 whole seconds too. What's this one last? 30 whole seconds. Perfect. That's the same. Alright, so we got buy 200 of those. They're actually mad cheap.
Treat my wares with care.
Perfect. They're even cheaper. That's just the rank 1, but I'll probably never buy the higher ones. Well, thank you for that tip. I don't know how I didn't know about that, but that's good to know about. The only 15 we still need is Ruby Life Pools. Otherwise, we're waiting for 16s to get listed. We have that one already, unfortunately.
My goods are one of a kind.
Did anyone else see the guy who made WoW Classic on a browser? I saw the post about it. I don't know what the point of it is. Race to World First leaderboard is kind of confusing right now because of the fact that the boss is healing. And Method is showing as first place with a higher HP percent because technically they push deeper into the phase. Oh yeah. Well, what happened? How do you kill the boss? Wait, is it like almost over now, or is this shit ending this week or no? Sounds like no. The guy said he wants to see if it could be done and his work doesn't allow him to download anything and install it. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember that being said now. It's not almost done. I think in phase 3 you fight Hexlord and Zul'Jan together, but the Hexlord starts healing Zul'Jan at the start of phase 3. Okay, so this is the second to last boss around right now. So it's gonna survive another week, it sounds like. That's crazy. 3 weeks for one race to world first. Has that ever been done before? It sounds like they knew it was gonna be hard though, because the first week they just like didn't even fucking try, right? Weren't they just like not even raiding the first week? Or they weren't progressing, I mean. Oh, we're 3,300 now too. Sweet. 3304. Yeah, we are. If we get 15 resilient today, which I hope we do, that'd be a wild. Considering yesterday we didn't even have 14 resilient, right? Or was that 2 days ago now? Wait, shit, what key was this? I think it's Blinding Veil, right? Sepulchre, the first one was almost 4 weeks. Oh, wait, really? Blinding Veil, yeah. Oh. It's got every port on here, that's funny. We'll port to Wakehurst Manor. Blinding Veil's not on here. Or if it is... Oh yeah, they're not in alphabetical order, what the hell? Most have died the weekend of the second week, yeah. Usually Blizzard like nerfs it, so it's done after 2 weeks. So maybe they would do that again, but it doesn't sound. Considering today's Friday and they're still working on the second to last boss, that would have to die today, I think, for them, for that to work out. Where's that mining node?
Talk to me. Time is money, friend. Keep it real.
Ondust is limited, so we must call the areas where the light bloom is most active.
Farewell, friend.
A large attack only causes the light bloom to spread. A few, striking the most dangerous, that is best.
Yeah, so everything's hero now except the legs, right? Sepulchre was so long because they had like 3 different bosses that were not the final boss. Oh yeah, that's a good point actually. How do we even talk about Sepulchre? Because it was literally like the last boss wasn't even out, right? Why do you care about D&D slow? That's a weird thing to bring up. What's up, Mr. Metro? Good morning. Welcome.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And like, oh, we forgot about the trinket though. We need to use 2 things on the pull now.
Dust is limited, so we must call the areas where the light bloom is most active.
Anduin had a billion bugs as well. Oh yeah.
Causes the light bloom to spread. A few striking the most dangerous. That is best.
That felt like way more secure. In the end, got 1v1 versus Blood Death Knight for 3%. Right, yeah, you're right.
Invading our gardens has a price, and the light bloom will make sure you pay it.
So this is where Rumia has hidden herself.
I think WoW should allow transmog or glyphs for sounds. That would be sick, actually. I don't think the game works that way from a coding standpoint, but if it did, that would be sick. Imagine getting hacked and every ability to set the DBM air horn. That'd be funny. Go BM, yeah. They're looking good right now, right? Nice little backflip into that. You see that Hunter backflip into that? That was sick. That was like a gymnastics routine right there, to be honest. And this dude keep overlapping every time. Doesn't seem like anybody else is kicking beside this. Helicopter got it. Now they're kicking. As soon as I go to do it. That guy going over to soak that one that's already been soaked in front of it. Guess people don't know you don't actually have to be in it. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. It's easy to tell too because you can just see if there's nobody in it, it has that yellow ring to it. That's another Mistweaver too. Oh, what the fuck? There was all the way one over. Is that where that one was? What? Kamari, what's up? Welcome. Oh. Sleep now. How's the gearing and pushing been going? Gearing, not the best, but pushing been pretty good these last... Especially yesterday was really crazy. Now that we found out about this potion, it's like, oh, this is good. Things are going well for us this night. This potion of liquid luster, it's called. Liquid Luster. Pasa is an amazing line that'll be stuck in my head forever. Nice. Do you always push in pugs? Yep, only pug. Been having issues with Blinding Veil and Den so far, but honestly, the season isn't as bad as I thought it would be. Yep, it's a lot better. I think a lot of people thought it was going to be way worse.
Beware.
People, like, I don't know, they have these weird fears about dungeons, but, like, it's very rare that there's a dungeon that just absolutely sucks and never gets addressed. Like, I really think Tol de Gore was the last one. Like, you don't really see that. Like, they're not going to put dungeons in that they know are shit and they're not going to change. You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. So everybody who was worried about Sith Rallis and Ruby Life Pools, it's like, I mean, what did you think? They're just going to let the shit dungeons be shit dungeons? They wouldn't pick them if they know people don't like them and they're going to stay shit dungeons. Truthfully, I don't know why they pick them, but at the end of the day, they're obviously not going to let that happen.
Beware.
Do you think there's a chance to get 1% as a solo player? 1%? Oh, I've done it pretty much every season besides last season I've done it. Now that there's an actual incentive for it and there's going to be boosting and all this stuff for it, it's going to be harder. But yeah, 1%, very attainable. 0.1%, that's a lot harder. You have to play a ton. And you probably have to be whatever the meta thing is, especially if it's a strong meta. Like getting title as Death Knight last season was like, I think it was literally like, wasn't there only one person? It was like very, very few.
They can take us below, but swiftly. I would not expose them to the light bloom long.
It was just Kyrasis and then 0 prop pallies or demon hunters. That's wild.
With the light bloom, I can restore the Haranir to what we must be. But you stand in my way.
I will block the route. He will not.
I got 1% solo last season as rep pally. I had to switch from prop pally to have a chance, so yeah. Yeah, if you're willing to switch specs and classes and stuff, then I don't see why anybody wouldn't be able to do it. I'm not willing to do it, and that was a problem last season, especially given how dominant Bear was. Okay, this is a disaster. Healers, how the fuck is the healer out of mana already? How much should we pull with them having? I can't live for the life of them. That's 2 reses on the one guy already, and the boss is at 80%. He's got mana back. I swear he had a lot of mana when we pulled. Hunter's just like blacklisted from getting healing, though. It looks like. What's going on? His health is literally not going up. My tune is bugged out. Oh, that makes sense. Of course, why would we have a key that was successful? Gotta be some kind of bug, or somebody DCs, or some other nonsense.
Survive.
Heretic, your friends are next.
Hunter just auto-hammered mid-combat. Oh, yeah. See how he responds to that. No response. That's why he was Oom, because he was just like spamming spells hoping something was going to work, and nothing worked. Well, that's a weird way to end the key. Is his gear broken? No. He would have died for sure if it was. It's not a small indie company, though. I don't know why people say that. It's quite a large company. There's just a lot of bugs, I guess. Monk has always been this way? Oh, really? He could have activated sticky keys? That's gross. Why would you say that? What did he say? Doing 0 healing on all skills. My tune is bugged out. That's going in the video. Man, nothing. There's just fucking nothing out there. That's so weird. Alright, back to flying around, I guess. No sticky keys from holding shift too long. Windows used to freak. Oh, really? Not from, like, jizzing on it or something? I thought that's what you were talking about. Sometimes my tune is bugged out doing no damage, especially those times where I leave the PC and go AFK. How many have tanks? Great question. A lot, I'd imagine. That's why I said, like, the biggest thing that's stopping us progressing right now is other tanks. They're fucking flooding shit up. We can turn it off real quick, I guess. Oh my brother. I'm gonna sign up to that. Maybe the guy will switch. Who the fuck plays Vengeance, right? Name of this guy. Why don't you go back to whatever spec you played last season, which was Unholy. There's only 3K. Maybe he would switch. Not as many as I thought there would be, though. Yeah, look, I got invited. He's gonna switch. Oh, I'm not good enough to vengeance this. You want to take my spot? No. GM in the key manually putting a heal absorb on everyone for the exact amount of each heal 1 frame before he heals. Read the tank shortage. I just overlapped another tank and still got invited, bro. That's how funny this game is now. Alright, let's do Ruby Lightful. Is this the one we need the most? Jas, what's up? Welcome. I bet a lot of the Death Knights playing Blood right now don't actually want to play Blood. They just want to get invites. Greetings, Charles. Welcome. Jas as well. I don't know if I said hi, but welcome. If I didn't, then I said it again. Barrel or Bombkin? Let's find out. Oh. He's got the Glyph of Stars on, doesn't he? Or it's balanced, yeah. Why does it say that instance locks are scheduled to expire when there are 0 warlocks in the group? It's not about warlocks, what? Yeah, Bombkin sucks right now. Strange ordeal going on here yet again with the druid class. Just like, what is going on with this druid class, bro? Who's leading these? I'm telling you, it's probably fucking Cenarius. He's like, nature will rise against you, or so. I don't know what he would say, but he would be definitely rooting for druids. Not warrior. They suck. Play balance. Why is that guy not there? That guy's got... What is this, from Mop Remix? Oh no, that's the Pandaran Heritage Armor, yeah. What is that thing on the back? Is that... Oh my god, bro, this guy is fucking all in on this. You got a fucking katana thing or something? I don't know. That's not a katana. I don't know what that is. Chinese sword. And then he's got like a fucking scroll on his back as well. Is that also the heritage armor? Yeah, it must be. Wandering Island Capsa. I never did this. I really wanted to do it.
5, 4.
Yeah, the Yankees have 4 games against Boston too. It's a very good chance that at the end of this weekend the Yankees are not. The Yankees are in 3rd place in the AL. They just can't fucking score runs anymore. It's so weird. Judging, I mean Stanton especially. Like I don't know what the fuck is, bro. I don't know how you injure your calf. I don't know how you fall running the base pads. Like this dude is just, he just doesn't want to play baseball. I think, and that's I'm ready to move on. I think it's time to stop thinking he's on the team. Schedule will be back. Hopefully. I mean, when? There's less than a month left of the season. He's gonna come back for only the playoffs, and he's gonna end up sucking, just like last time that happened. Gonna have like a career worst in the playoffs again, and everybody's gonna ask why he's getting so much money.
Such a pointless death.
I really don't get, like, baseball is such a strange sport to me. It's like these guys miss like 6 months with like minor ass injuries. Meanwhile, like, people literally fucking like have serious ass injuries in other sports and they miss like 3 months. Or it seems like in general there's way less long-term injuries in other sports compared to baseball. Like, you would think like, all right, Stan tore his ACL, he's out. No. He's just literally like banged up. Like that, like what else is it? Like, he's not injured. Like, he has a fucking bruised calf or something. Like, bro, you don't run anyway. What do you, like, get in the fucking game? How do you miss 6 months for this shit? I swear Stan just doesn't want to play, yeah. It's like fucking happened with Jacoby Ellsbury. Guy was just hurt for like a year straight with all different injuries. Back issues, leg issues, hip issues. Oh, sure, I believe you. It's called being fucking old, bro.
I will not allow you to disturb
If I didn't go out and play basketball every day that I had some kind of small ache and pain, I would never have played. Another healer standing around when the party's full health. Oh yeah. Holy priest. Baseball players need to be more like hockey players, or just like athletes in general. Like, I don't really understand how they get hurt and stay hurt for this long, this frequently. Like, there's a couple injuries in each sport that are like, oh yeah, that's it, he's done. But even in basketball too, where they're like, now everybody's worried about this Achilles thing because they have some kind of calf strain or something. It's like, okay, but a calf strain should not keep you out for 9 weeks, bro. Like, I don't know. Like, I really don't get this. Like, Luka missing the entire postseason over it. It's like, bro, can you just play basketball? Like, I get you're banged up, bro. It sucks. Sports are tough. Top healer DPS I have seen so far is Evoker. Oh, Evoker is way better than everything else yet. Seth Jarvis, he played with a fucked up shoulder for like a year and a half and just this past offseason had surgery. What sport are we, who's that? Is Holy Pally the new Resto Druid? Sadly, it seems that way, yeah. I think it's another one of those situations where you have to have like a certain build and they just don't have it. He's a hockey player? Oh. I guess you... I mean, there's some injuries, like, you know, if you hurt your elbow as a pitcher, you can't pitch. There's no way to get around that, but I don't think a shoulder injury is probably not really stopping somebody from playing hockey, is it? When was the last time you saw Mistweaver Monk? 20 minutes, not even 15 minutes ago. You could see all the runs on the spreadsheet and answer that question whenever you like. Yeah, it took too much there. Need some kind of extra defensive on top of AMS for it to be alright to take all 5. Oh shit. I think the legitimate worst injury I've seen in baseball is Robin Ventura. Oh really? The worst one I ever saw was Steven Strasburg. That one just sucks. Injuries like that where they just like throw the ball and then immediately realize their arm's fucked. It's such a shitty feeling. It's gotta be like the worst feeling in any sport. That dude was never the same after that. That's partially why I say that.
Champion, now that you have secured the pools below, I require your aid above.
Just like such a shitty feeling. Like they throw a pitch, which was fine. It was a viable pitch, and then all of a sudden they look at their arm and their arm's fucked. It's like, oh, well, that's gotta be the absolute worst feeling. I guess maybe in MMA it's even worse. Like you throw a kick and then all of a sudden your leg breaks. That's even worse. Throwing a million kicks in your life and all of a sudden your leg's broken. That happened to the pitcher on Tampa Bay. Yes. Yeah, the arm like fell apart. I remember watching that one too. I think his arm actually broke. Like something broke, didn't it? I remember it being severe. When I was young, I always wanted to be a professional. Like I wanted to be like an accomplished pitcher, a baseball pitcher, but as I've gotten older, I realize it's probably the worst job in any sport. Because you only get to perform once every 5 days. And if you don't pitch well, you fuck your team. Like, you're done. Like, it's so hard to come back from. Because now you have to use like 7 guys to pitch where you should have only needed, like, you were the only person. Not like in the NFL, you don't get fucking benched if you throw 2 interceptions in the first quarter, you know what I mean? But in baseball, you could literally pitch like 2 innings and have 2 bad innings and now you're out. And you don't get to pitch again for 5 more days at least. And you think about all that failure you just had. Gotta be like the most like mentally tough thing to bounce back from. I was a pitcher and blew out my shoulder. Whoa, really? That sucks. How have the keys been going today? Back to normal today, unfortunately.
Well done. You have secured the first pool. Now see to the others.
Feels weird, my Mystery gets declined so much more this season with the appropriate score versus my Resto Shaman with low to no score. Oh, yeah. Yeah, meta, welcome to WoW, unfortunately.
Keep clearing them out. Do not let the Primalists desecrate this hallowed space.
To be fair, Monk is really down bad for actual healing numbers. Oh, really? They stink at healing, huh? The opposite of Pally, that's funny. I may have to play Blood for a bit after a day of getting a decline for 12s, doing my own, then it getting bricked by healer DC. I logged off. Gotcha. Resto Shaman has the lowest HPS numbers overall. Last night I finally started playing Blood Death Knight. It feels good being immortal. Oh yeah, you find it to be immortal? Is it like that other? Because like I definitely don't feel like it's like the strongest it's ever been defensively, but perhaps it's just that other tanks suck or something. I'm doing pretty good timer wise, I think. Maybe not. Guardian is still better defensively. Oh yeah. One thing with Blood, and this could be me, I feel so rune starved. Are you playing Sandland? I'm looking at the raid chart on Warcraft logs. Mistweaver is at least 10% behind the others. Wow. I've seen 0 brews overlay.
The last pool is safe. She is exposed.
I will honor the sacrifice of my allies and
What time split do you need to beat the second boss added to have a 1% chance? I'm not sure, but I know we definitely need to have a comfortable lust to do it. And I would say we did have a comfortable lust there. So like if this boss is like under 3 minutes, we're definitely going to have a very good chance. I don't know exactly how long the end will take, but I would say 10 minutes out of this split would be absolutely upgrade. Probably 9 minutes is plenty. Brew was meta was just a bug in the matrix.
you cannot escape the heat.
Beware.
With their power.
I wish they didn't add the boulder arrow. It was funny seeing people die to it. Oh yeah. Yeah, we made a whole video on just people getting killed by the boulder in season 4 of Dragonflight, right?
Fire, consume my enemies.
Beware.
With their power. You cannot escape the heat. Turn to the flame.
Yeah, we're going the wrong direction here. Gonna have to go this way. Hopefully not gonna be an issue.
Fire, consume
Nope.
my
All right.
enemies.
Brew inflation was real last season, oh yeah. One more ad only is all we need to kill though. My Holy's terrible this season, yep. I don't know how they got this bad, but they are really bad. Dragonfly is when I started playing WoW, and I remember running keys on my hunter being absolutely clueless about rotation. You just don't pick that. No damage meter, yikes. That's crazy. The bugs I get, people keep bringing up bugs, but I don't know. I highly doubt it's going to turn them into a top tier spec. Yeah, this is terrible boulder usage, but at the end of the day, we're good. Yeah, only 8. That's a short. That's a long fight. Long fight with Bloodlust. Over 3.5. It's like 3.5 minutes. Damage just nothing. We got this guy getting absolutely carried here. To be fair, he was signed up as a tank, and I convinced him to switch basically. So not gonna be timeable. Lifefall not taking into account the dots. Oh, really?
I protect these life pools. No.
The trinket is from Delves, that's right. You got it. That guy seems really low. Well, it's just on that one fight to be fair, but bosses definitely matter, so you gotta work on that. Ellie Shaman plus Arcane Mage plus Arms Warrior seems like the best comp for DPS. Oh, really? People just gave up on like the synergy style that was going on last season. It was either like all casters or all melee, right? And nobody does that anymore. Maybe still timeable with no deaths? Maybe, but I don't think so. I've seen a few keys requesting physical comp. Oh, yeah. Haven't played in a while. Arms is strong now. Yep. But not as strong as people make it sound, but it's, yeah, it's definitely good. Have you played around with Hermes for your AI testing with Azeroth Core? Hermes? The proxy? That was for 1.12, right? Yeah, we used that a lot when we were doing whatever, 1.12 stuff. V-Mangos, right? C-Mangos? Whatever. I can't remember which one's which. Arms, Ellie, and Arcane are meta, yeah. Arms doesn't look so good on overall, but it does great prio damage. And it's good, but a bit overhyped. Yeah, I agree. Arms is definitely overrated, but it's solid. It's doing 12 murder row in a pack, and we lusted, and the Shaman was doing 1.4 million damage. Yep. What do we do with Hermes proxy for Azeroth's Core? What's that? Okay, 4 minutes for boss. I just had a Demo Warlock, do 400k overall, and a Murder Row. Whoa. That's a lot. We do have lust, but not for a while. It's going to be at the end of the fight. Demo Lock is secret overpowered. Just finished with 12 off. 308 Demo Warlock did 350k. Whoa. It does seem powerful. Oh, that's terrible. It's like they're so far apart, it's not even worth going over there. All demo pumping so hard right now. I don't know how it's not S tier. Yeah, I guess people just don't know about it, like was said. Don't fall off, yeah. Those are some horde baits, yikes. Not gonna catch a lot of fish or dragons with that bait. Demolock can't live. Wow, really? For years that was like their call. That was the #1 thing they did well. Nawo just put out a video about Demolock. Oh yeah. Yeah, we actually did really good damage in that phase, so we're probably gonna get this comfortably. It's actually a pretty short fight if you do good damage to both. Healthstones is not a great buff now. What the fuck? I missed Dark Intent. Oh yeah, what was the intent? Sinister things. BM also seems underrated. I see them pumping in my keys. It's C tier at the moment, and I suspect it's because it's easy spec played by inexperienced players. I think it's, I don't know where you're seeing like C tier at the moment thing, but I would just really look at Archon's damage log thing. It's just a actual like factual summary of their damage. If you're valuing something other than raw damage, you know, it's harder to take into an account, but I think the way the game's played nowadays, just look at fucking damage, who cares? Nobody does anything other than damage anyway. I don't miss having separate haste sets for DI, but I like the buff. What was the buff? What did it do? I always felt very tangy as Demo Warlock. Oh, Zesty, probably. You mean Zesty, yeah. Because they have like all those weird imps, right? They're like fucking... And they have like the weird stripper girl or something. It's Mythic Stats that tracks all logs and ranks specs by raw damage. Oh, Mythic Stats, that's another add-on. So there you go. So we went to a key where the guy was a tank. He switched from tank to damage dealer. He actually did alright. He beat the fucking Bombkin, which I'm telling you is probably one of the worst specs in the game right now. And we upgraded the key, got Resilient 15. Week 2, Resilient 15. How about that? And we just got fucking paid. 7 roots. Look at these roots. They run deep. BM Hunter is probably the best actual single target in the game. Sadly for them, there's a total of 1 boss in the raid that's single target. Yeah, that's not good. I feel like a spec is that much above the rest, it'll see play regardless of raid buff now. Well, tank's a little different, but... You need about 8 minutes left. Yeah, with that group, 8 minutes was plenty. How much time do we have left there? 1 minute and 5 seconds left. So really only like 7.5 minutes is doable, I think. But that was like abnormally good boss damage. We did a really good job with the both ads together, like both bosses together. Roots are going for, oh, what the fuck, 1,000. Yeah, you missed, bro. You could have been rich. They like quadrupled in price from last season's end. Sell them ASAP. That 7 that we just sold was for 5k. Yeah, so 800-ish. So you would, let's see, 1,000 times 800. Yeah, you would have 800k gold right now, bro. If you went full liquid. Not the guild, but the concept. Alright, so that's cool. That was a weird circumstance. I always do the same pace as you. Last season, I got stuck on 21s. This season, I decided to go slow and only progress at the end of the season. I'm only doing 10s for gear. What are your thoughts on it? Oh, you're never going to be able to progress like that. I mean, are you going to not pug? It's like, how are you going to get into higher keys late in the season? You're going to be stuck doing like 15s with all these idiots who have no idea what they're doing. Definitely would not recommend that, but ultimately up to you. I'm glad you said something. Just checked my bags to see I had 13 roots. $, $. Nice. Yeah, 16 is all we got right now, so there's probably not going to be a lot of progression for the rest of the day, but we're going to still try our best. Oh, what the hell? Alright, forget it. Wait, all ruby life pools. That's weird. Bad idea for pugging. I came into season 2 of the war within 2 months in and got hard stuck in 16s. Yep. Yeah, like that's, you're just gonna run into idiots. Like, I definitely want to get above 16 ASAP. You want to get to 3.4k ASAP, and then maybe take a break if you really want to. But yeah, definitely do want to be looking at like 17s or something like that before you take a break, because the season is like, the fuck. The fuck. Right now the game like encourages this like sightseer behavior, so there's just gonna be a bunch of people right at the end of the season that are like, oh, I want to get 3.4k for the mount. You know what I mean? $15 resilient already. Yep. Yeah, yesterday was crazy. Like, I don't know how the fuck we got. We went like Tuesday was like a disaster, and then yesterday was like the best day of the season. I want to reach 3.4k until my sub is over next week, and then I'm done until season 2. Oh wow, really? You're gonna quit the whole season? That's crazy. Oh. There's the WoW in a browser video again. Did you get 1% mount? No. Yeah, there was no reason for sightseers in the War Within as well, so now it's like literally gonna be crazy. There was some sightseeing though. It was like that. There was like an achievement to do all 3 specs. You remember that? I don't remember what the achievement was or how it worked, but there was a bunch of sightseeing going on with that too. I remember people were saying like, I think it was all 10s in time or something. It was like pretty easy, but people were saying like the last like hours of the season were ridiculous. I need to take allergy medicine. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, calling it quits 3 weeks into the season is crazy. Alright, let's give it a try. 16 now. I definitely prefer lusting on the boss there. I was not sure if it was a good decision. I have some friends that can hold 20s for me at the end of the season. Yeah, oh, if you're not going to pug, then yeah, I guess it doesn't matter, yeah. If people are, like, literally, like, you know, they know you're a good player. I don't want to say carry, like, they're not necessarily going to carry you. But if people are willingly going to bring you to keys that you're, like, 500 score lower than, and that's, like, totally fine and not carried, then, yeah, that's, obviously, you can just do that, but I would recommend not doing that. All 3 rolls in 10. I remember you talking about that title at the time. Did you ever do it, Metro? Oh, no, I never. I don't even... Can't even imagine playing a damage dealer. Now, hold on. Come to think of it. There was a Wowhead... I watched the thing... I gotta remember to go back and look at this. Yeah.
5.
Okay, I gotta remember to go back and look at this.
2, 1.
They brought back weekly titles for best runs in the region. Yeah, I just saw that article when I looked through.
Alex Straza charged us with protecting the light pools.
That was a cool idea when it was server-based, but
They have not infiltrated
whole region is fucking ridiculous.
Ensure the eggs are safe and eliminate any threat on these sacred grounds.
I think it's cool at the end of the season if you're like 1 of 5 people with that title. It would be sick, but that's so few people to get a title. It's almost like, yeah, I don't think that's really worth making, but it's cool. It should be like if you've done 100 keys at a certain level or something. That would be sick, I think.
If only you could have understood the
Like if I upgraded 15 times or 20 times or something like that, you get a title or something.
such a pointless death.
It's like literally only one person could get that title, right? Like, or I guess 5 people or something. It's so obscure that almost no one will ever know. Right, that's what I mean. Like, if I saw it, I'd be like, wait, what title is that? Never even heard of that title. I've certainly never seen anybody with it in game. But at the end of the day, I think it is cool that they do stuff like that. It's just, they could have done something cooler with it, I think. 100 times in one dungeon. That way the hall specialist will have a flex reward. I think it would be a good idea to do that because, yeah, if you do a high key 100 times or something like that, even if it's just in one dungeon, that's legit, right?
I will not allow you to disturb Meladrusa's work.
Yeah, the hall specialist. Call it the seller's title because they're the only ones. Oh yeah, that's actually a good counterpoint. That's a good point. What is the best stats for push with Blood Death Knight? I like versatility and mastery personally, but have a think on it and make your own decision is my recommendation to you. Your HP bar barely moves compared to mine. Do you have a lot of verse? No, not at all. If you're talking about on this pack, I'm just like over stacking CDs. I'm making sure the Steel Barrage doesn't kill me. Because it's very dangerous.
My allies sacrificed themselves so that I could return these eggs to their natural state. You will not interfere! I consume you!
Vamp Blood. I'm not going to risk it. Doesn't look like it's up. New trading post falls on a Tuesday, so all next week restuff will... Oh, that's nice. Sandlane is the reason Blood Death Knight is meta, I feel. Nice. Yeah, probably. The damage is what keeps the top players interested in it. But the defense is also quite, like, they definitely got a lot better defensively, so that's good. I could have taken all of that. With Icebound up, I could literally take, like, the whole room, it looks like. I never saw you playing Sandland. Yeah, I don't like it. I tried it a few times, and it's just not for me. Too spammy, too hard to use, and less defensively active, it seems.
Beware.
But I need your strength, little ones!
I bursted 700k in the first pack on Ultron Bear.
My chill will freeze your bones!
Nice. Yeah, it's just so much easier to play Deathbringer. A lot easier to focus on just good Death Strike timing and everything else that you would want.
I consume you! Be frozen and shatter!
As Bear main, I get it. I press Barkskin, I press Iron Fur, and I've won.
Be frozen and shatter!
Fanland stacks haste, and you get up to 10% from hero talents too. It's insanely spammy. Yep. Yeah, that's too much for me.
Are pure. They will show you the truth! My chill will freeze
I prefer
your
Deathbringer, but the damage Sandland has is a ton. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a significant amount ahead. It looks last time we looked at it at least. So the question is, how significantly is it behind on defense?
I consume you!
If Vampiric Strike gave a stack of Bone Shield when it was buffed, it would be more inviting. Ooh, that would fix all the problems, I think. To be honest, that would literally fix all the problems. You just saying that out loud made me think like, oh yeah, I'll try Sandland. That would fix so many problems.
I consume you!
It would maybe be overpowered though. I think that's too much. Maybe like a 50% chance to give a Bone Shield, but main issue is I'm pretty sure your stat is very different. That's another reason why I never try it, because like in the past when it was actually overpowered compared to Deathbringer, people were like, yeah, but you would need a whole set of gear. Like, if you just use your current gear, you're not going to be overpowered. So I'm not ever really trying it. Tuning tonight? Oh, yeah.
You must clear them to get to her. I will keep watch from above.
High school football also, right?
The dragon who is leading this assault.
First week of the season here. Not tonight, actually, though. We play tomorrow for some reason. I'm behind because of Umbilicus and Frost Shield, right? It's behind because of Umbilicus and Frost Shield. But currently, I think Sandlane D&D is bugged to reduce not only physical damage, but magic damage. Umbilicus and Frost Shield? What about it? Blood Boil, I think, used to grant Bone Shield for oh, really? Did that change? I didn't even know that was a thing. It gets posted today for Tuesday, yeah. BM Hunter, no longer allowed to have pets. What the fuck? Are you reading this? Oh my. Deathbringer used to make better use of both Umbilicus. Oh, right, I see. But what about Frost Shield? Why? That'd be a game changer. Yep, literally game changed. BM Hunter no longer allowed to wave at pets. Nah, I would support that change for sure. It's just Hunter. It's just, yeah, Beast. No, it's like literally Master. Yeah, it's just Master. Fury Warrior has been removed from the game. It's been replaced by 2 Arms Warriors. Oh, that would be actually kind of good.
Well done. You have secured the first pool. Now
It hasn't been posted yet. It's like 11 a.m. there. So it's like 10 a.m. there. It's funny, Fury is called Fury while having arms, but arms is called arms while just using one. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Well, it was originally arms because it was meant to be like this dynamically, like, you had a bunch of different, like, weapon type things, you know what I mean? But now it's literally, like, it's totally lost that identity. Mace spec, randomly send your target. Yeah, I love that stuff.
Let the Primalists desecrate this hallowed space.
Fantasy is basically blindly swinging around 2 giant hunks of metal with reckless abandon. Right, yeah. Fast, like it's meant to be fast too. I don't know who came up with the idea of Titan's grip, but that really changed the, the way Warrior worked. Did we just aggro that? No. Alright, GG. My dumb opinion is that Windwalker should be called Legwalker. Oh yeah. Monk's just in there punching and kicking things while Bombkin is calling down power of space itself, right? Probably the key right there, but you never know, I guess.
Almost to the master of these minions. Hurry onwards, champion.
I think we should try to skip that pack. Is it possible? Nah, it's too risky, fuck it. Yeah, this is over though. This is like the same time as the last time, and we have no deaths, so that means that was crazy slow.
Pool is safe. She is exposed. Attack that prime.
I will honor the sacrifice of my allies and burn through you myself.
100k damage delta? Oh yeah.
Beware. With their power. Fire, consume my enemies.
When the DBM, why is the bar white with white text? I've always wanted to play Blood Death Knight, but almost everyone tells me it's the hardest tank. It is definitely the hardest, yeah. This is a good time to learn it though, because it's a lot sturdier than it has been in the past, so it will be easier to make mistakes and survive. I'd argue Prop Pally is close. It just falls over. Yeah, if everything was equally difficult to live on, then yeah, it probably wouldn't be so, like, it's a little more confusing because of that topic. Like, it's definitely easier to live on blood than other tanks right now, so even though it's harder to play, it's like not as punishing right now. But if you compare it to last season, it's like wildly different. I've heard a lot of people say Bear is the tankiest tank at the moment, but just doesn't do great damage, so yeah. Bear damage looks poor on its own, but if you factor in Mark of the Wild, it's pretty close. So yeah, that's true. We almost never have Mark of the Wild. I would say Pally is hardest to master. Oh, really? Why? Why would you say that?
Vile monster! I protected these life pools. No!
Probably all the stuff you can do to help your group. Yeah, a lot of utility, right? Just started recording my gameplay and yet my software messed up the one key I wanted to send it in. Oh yeah, you gotta work on that. What messed up? What? I've never had that. Sacks, bops, heals and stuff. Yeah, there's a lot more like nuance to their utility kit than any other tank. But in terms of just tanking, I don't think it's... Blood's definitely more complicated. That was our one boon, Deathless. But rogue down, that's it. Bear contribution is kind of group dependent, though. I guess buffing shit DPS by 3% is definitely less valuable. Yeah, I guess, but still a good buff. And obviously survivability is really nice too for that buff. Did we kill the big guy? Yeah, I guess so. Oh, dead again. Good game. I had a tank ask for someone to murder Row the other day. That would have been a good one to record and send in. That's a new potion. Great. Yeah, I love it. Great tip there. New potion, yep. It's called Liquid Luster. Murder Row is so hard to find, you gotta open your eyes to find it. Yeah, that makes it tough. How short was the last fight, though? The last time we did this?
Deal with these operations. My pleasure. Take off.
Don't think it was quite 3 minutes. Yeah, it might have been under 3 minutes. The one time my recording program messes up and it's that key, yeah. What messed up about it though? Your 15 was a 330 kill? Oh yikes, alright. Oh well. Getting great, like baits or spawns or whatever you'd say to this guy. This group is blasting a lot harder though. Nah, it's definitely over. A minute and a half, they both have. Nah. This is a 4-minute fight probably with this group. It's just 16 is like a lot harder. Timer wise. This potion is insane. Yeah, it's really nuts. That's what I was saying. I don't know how the fuck I didn't know about that. Figured people would have been shouting from the rooftops about it for tanking. It's gotta be one of the best tanking potions ever. Well, less maybe somehow. People have some kind of huge burst coming or something. Nope. That's a shame. If we didn't pull that extra mod, we would have upgraded this. That would have been really nice to get out of the way. This key is the worst one. Rogue didn't die twice at the end, and we would have had it too. Yeah, that's definitely the case also. We only missed the key by like 20-some seconds. Not even. 20 on the dot. But yeah, 0 deaths, that's a lot to ask. We just need to not aggro that one mob. You again get roots. That was a faster boss kill, was it? EBM used to tell me, but not anymore. Wow, 50k gap though. God, if we could just have all 3 people doing great damage, every key would be a total joke, I think. Are keys easier or same as the last season? I would say easier, yeah. You would have done 200k overall, Stanland. Oh, probably, but I would have died. Rogues are higher in the DPS chart, so yeah. McFlurry is a good mage name. Yeah, if he was Frost, I would have been sick. I don't think the bosses took too much time at all. Yeah, it was like slightly slow maybe. Wait, that was not a disband. Completion. Okay. Well, I guess we're signing up to that. Did you pull 2 dragons? Just a dragon on the left, the electric one. I wish I had more time to play characters, but uni resumes on Monday. I wish I could just play WoW. Oh yeah. That's kind of how I was during uni. And that's why I'm just playing WoW right now. No hit Jerome got you as a top Classic Plus leaker. Who's that? You're talking about the Classic Plus stuff. It's not a league. It's just what's happening. I talked to somebody who's already played it, so I didn't want to be the one to break the news. I'm glad Cargos did, because now I feel like I can talk about it more. Someone's from EU. Oh yeah, uni. Yep. I just found out too that I guess like university in England's actually pretty expensive. I thought it was like free in all of Europe, but it's like not like that in England apparently. I only just found that out the other day. I live in Finland. Thankfully, uni is completely free. Nice. Kyle, what's up? Welcome. What is there to see? What do you mean you saw that? What is that? I went in the comments and said that Metro doesn't even really play Classic. Why do you think he has like in-depth Blizzard connections? What is there to see? I'm interested in seeing what you're saying. I was listening to someone talk about that. Apparently while they were working outside of England, they aren't required to pay back on that. Yeah, I actually heard about that too. That seems like a weird thing. I don't think it's even possible to skip both dragons without pulling one of the Stormcasters. No, yeah, you have to pull one of the Stormcasters. Does it being free make it harder to get in because you have to stand out above everyone else? Yes, Faxi. There's an entrance exam and only higher scorers get in. Oh, wait, what the fuck? So it's not like all schools aren't free? It's just certain good ones or something? Or is there just like hundreds of people that just, or thousands of people that just like are never going to be smart enough to get into any university? So even if it's free, it doesn't matter. What, this video this guy just posted an hour ago? This is what you guys are talking about? I guess we'll watch it. Fuck it. We've been all about
With
this
just
recently.
over 2 weeks until BlizzCon, the floodgates have opened on Classic Plus leagues. 3 different World of Warcraft creators have come forward.
What the fuck is that picture? Okay.
Providing a decisive, on-the-record vision of
Wait,
what
who is the
Classic
guy on
Plus
the
is
right?
going to be. They have independently come forward with the best picture of what we're going to be playing for the next several years. Both the not-so-good and the absolutely incredible. One piece of the puzzle
Someone
is...
posted a clip of you saying you leak Classic Plus on the Classic subreddit. Oh, when? Yeah, again, not a leak. I don't know. I just know what it is. And, you know, so does somebody way bigger than me, so that's why I was talking about it. Where is this now? Let's look. Can't find any of this stuff. Is it not, obviously not getting much attention, I guess? Was it on that post that was about the predictions? Because I actually posted on that. There's like not much. What do you know about Classic Plus? I know what it is, and I know everything about it pretty much. The post was removed. I have the link. Oh, really? What was it from my stream the other day?
Argos. He's known for popularizing hardcore World of Warcraft. He's also historically been known to be connected to Blizzard. And he also just dropped a bombshell that Classic Plus isn't necessarily a simple continuation of Classic WoW. Blizzard is going way further with the changes than anybody expected.
If this ends up being a brand new game, which I have reason to believe that that's what it is, actually, it's a brand new game.
But while Cargos reacted initially very negatively to this news, there was a much more positive interpretation just across the aisle in retail. A Mythic Plus focused retail content creator named One Azeroth TV, he unveiled a very similar.
Wait, what was
he
that?
unveiled a Mythic Plus focused retail content creator named One Azeroth TV. He unveiled a very similar vision for Classic Plus, but he didn't get it from Cargos.
Like this is basically a second version of retail in an alternate timeline that uses classic like class design and combat and stuff.
Now we finally start to see this vision coming together. What if Classic Plus is a sequel, or better yet, a prequel? It would allow the game to be changed completely, allowing for quests and characters and lore and ideas from the original
I did like a
vanilla
30-minute
WoW
rant about
and
it 2 days
TBC
ago.
and Wrath of the Lich King
Should
for
have
that matter,
included that, I think.
to be explored in ways that simply haven't been done before. And the whole time, this project would be bridging the gap between both the classic players and the retail players.
Like retail WoW is like way too like dungeon and raid focused and stuff. There's like no good world content at all. But if they manage to do this with this grand scale of story and elements of characters that we already love, like it could make the best world content ever. Like it would be better world content than actual classic because it's actually like crazy important story with potentially the concepts and like world focus of classic.
But there was a third content creator, one that came seemingly out of nowhere, and he spoke even more decisively than anybody else. He has known something about Classic Plus for well over a month, and what he said was actually really similar to both Cargos and One Azeroth TV.
This is going to be basically, at the end of the day, a direct sequel that is going to incorporate characters, basically different elements and events that we saw in TBC and in Wrath of Lich King occurring in Classic Plus.
Now, people have dismissed this guy. What does he know? Who is this guy even? But it is notable that he's not milking Classic Plus. One of his very most successful videos is the Classic Plus video, but he didn't make more of them. I even tried to interview him, but when he talked to me, he said he didn't want to make more videos on it. He didn't want to risk hurting his source. And meanwhile, One Azeroth TV, he really doesn't stand to gain anything from this. He makes Mythic retail videos, and he didn't even make a video on this in the first place. All of these clips were pulled from his live stream, not a monetized video. And yet these 3 unrelated, unconnected content creators, they all agree on one very specific thing for Classic Plus.
They want a land bridge between retail WoW and classic players. And this game is new.
But a whole lot of questions are being created if all of these leaks end up being true. Because so far, nobody in any of these leaks is expressing serious optimism that the classic fans, or even the retail fans, will adopt this game as the game of their dreams.
It's retail, like devolved. It's basically classic minus is what I've heard some people say about it, so.
In fact, even right now, I'm thinking about a version of World of Warcraft where they changed all the land masses and the quests and the zones, and people didn't necessarily react very positively. You may love Cataclysm, you may not like Cataclysm
Didn't
at
want
all,
it to sound negative,
but it's
but it makes it
definitely
sound
something
negative.
that turned a lot of players off. On the other hand, some of the lore stuff in these leaks seems absolutely awesome. Some of the ideas are so incredible that if they're done with the classic players factored in even at all, well, there could be something truly historic being cooked up right now.
It sounds like it is going to be about Arthas. And I don't know if Arthas is a bad guy or a good guy in the beginning of this, but it's basically going to take place during the events that precede Warcraft 3 in the Human Kingdoms. So there's going to be, like, the Kel'Thuzad has basically already switched from being a human to an undead, basically. That's, like, where it starts from what we can tell.
Now, One Azeroth TV, he goes a step further, too. He's not just talking lore. He confidently even showcases one of the potential races in Classic Plus. He swears it's been sitting in plain sight in the datamine files the whole time.
They're getting hidden elves. There's something that if I say it, I will feel a little bit too much. I will confirm a little bit too much. But I'm telling you, there is data mining that already confirms this that has been in Midnight the whole time, and people just don't realize it.
But that wasn't the only thing he believes has been hiding in the files, because he goes a step further that there is something else in these files that is absolutely mind-blowing. He believes that the redesigned Silvermoon City in Midnight, it wasn't just reworked for retail WoW. In fact, he believes one of the reasons so much development time and effort was put into Silvermoon was because it was also going to be reused in Classic Plus.
But if you fly around this city, you realize that it's like reconstructed in a way that doesn't really look like what we expected Silvermoon to look like based on TBC. And that's on purpose because they're actually going to use it to remodel the zone in that classic experience as well. And so,
bro, I just like started waffling here. I just like said this and I was like, I had no point, but Cargo said it and I think it's true. So I was just trying to like come up with a point as I was saying it. And he's like quoting me on it.
I imagine this whole zone is going to be accessible.
It is mind-blowing
But I do think the whole zone's
we
going to
might
be
actually be
accessible.
looking at the very first Classic Plus city.
What I was thinking about when I was saying that was like how the city and the part in TBC doesn't connect well. That's what I was thinking about, because it's like, I don't think that if you look at the TBC version, they directly connect. So it's clear that if they were going to do it again, what I was trying to say was like, where is the TBC port? Yeah, this is it here, right? Falcon Wing Square. This does not look like Falcon Wing Square in any way. Like, this is not it. Like, it's not Falcon Wing Square. This is not the part in TBC. You know what I mean? So I feel like if they were going to redo it from TBC, they wouldn't be able to use this exactly. It's like a whole new zone, right? You could tell. And really, the point I was making and why I agree with Cargo saying it was because it's clear that they're using retail graphics. Because if you were going to do a Classic Plus backwards with Silvermoon as a city, it's definitely not. This is definitely not Falcon Wing Square. Like, this shit does not look like the version from TBC at all. So, the layout of it does not look like it at all. So, it's like a whole new zone, and that confirms to me that they'd be using retail models. That's all I was trying to say in that clip, but I was like really stumbling across what I was trying to say. I just think it's really funny that he quoted that in the video. All right, anyway.
It's right in front of us, and it kind of looks awesome. Though we don't want to get too crazy, right? We know Blizzard has been employing those canary traps, where they put out fake information, they put out real information, things in test builds that Blizzard give out can still end up not being true. And yet, the leaks keep coming. Multiple people have mentioned
Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now, dollar
of not being true. And yet,
damn, that's fucking sick if that's actually...
the leaks keep coming. Multiple people have mentioned an alleged area in the game, one that would be absolutely incredible to go back to. Old Dalaran has almost become an open secret in these leaks, and it's even made the rounds on X.
Old Dalaran would be there too, yep. That's... Okay, so this is why I'm sure that all of these things are true, because Old Dalaran was part of the testing that the person told me about.
But no matter how cool these ideas and screenshots are, there's still a very important point. This is not the Classic Plus that anybody was expecting or asking for. Not the retail players, not the Classic players.
It's pretty
and
funny.
It's taking a huge risk.
This is basically a second version of retail in an alternate timeline that uses classic,
Why do you include the
class design and combat and stuff.
2 retails sounds very different than the original pitch for Classic Plus that a lot of us thought we were getting. You know, closer to the private server Turtle WoW. Still, it is definitely possible this will be the exact game we want to play. Maybe Blizzard absolutely nails it. But Cargos definitely has some serious concerns. Things that are really hard for him to get over. Not just with the engine, which is rumored to be the retail engine, but particularly with the graphics, which, from what he's heard, have been seriously updated.
It's going to look modern. It's going to look like this. It's going to look like retail. It's not going to have that classic WoW, vanilla WoW charm. Do we have some grounds to be upset?
But to play devil's advocate to that, it is entirely possible we will be getting a graphical toggle switch. You know, similar to Diablo 2 Resurrected.
Maybe.
That would allow players
But
to
no.
play with the graphics they want to have. Whether it's the beautiful
They're
and
not
maybe
gonna have
slightly
Storm-
Disney-fied retail versions,
They're not gonna have Silver Moon and with
or
old
allowing
graphics. It
classic
doesn't make
players to have
sense.
the most authentic graphics possible. One potential clue of that being the case comes from our favorite Wowhead data miner Stiven. Now Stiven data mined something that is likely Classic Plus related, a bear. This bear doesn't just have a retail model, this bear has 2 different versions, a beautiful, gorgeous, high-definition version and a classic version. Still, while the classic creators are maybe dooming a little bit about this potentially not being the authentic Classic Plus they want,
I'm telling you, there's multiple things in the game files that people aren't recognizing are already confirmation of what we've been talking about. It's really weird because I feel like back in the old days, people used to data mine the shit out of this stuff, and that would be what confirmed it. But now it's always leaks. Like people just don't put the clues together. I guess there's just too many things in the game. I think anymore.
Are maybe even more concerned. Take our friend One Azeroth TV here, who is really shocked by the scale and the scope of these potential leaks.
But I think it's going to be such a spectacle that you're going to have to play it. And like I said, I really worry that it is going to be the future of WoW. Like the long future.
One Azeroth also wanted to point out the massive, massive size of the Classic team right now. This is something huge, and he points to the photo that was signed of Season of Discovery when it finished that had a gargantuan list of people involved in it. Maybe the janitor and the QA guys and gals out there, they signed the photo. But still, it is a huge number of people to be working on Classic. There's a theory that the reason the Classic team is so big is because they've been hard at work on the future of World of Warcraft. A video game that, if these leaks hold true, is not what anybody expected or asked for. But it may end up being the exact version of World of Warcraft that we actually wanted the whole time. Thank you for watching, and make sure to subscribe for more Classic Plus leaks.
Oh, we can watch that next too. That's sick. Interesting. So, wait, hold on a second. What is this comment here? I noticed all the Skyborn stuff added in Legion Remix. Is that when that shit was added? No way it was Legion Remix. Is this a content creator too? Who's this guy? 145k. Mogs and some decor, but that was added during Legion Remix. Would that have been what, the patch before the pre-patch? Is that what we're talking about there? Classic Plus plays anything remotely resembling retail mechanics, it will flop so hard.
He actually replies to all those comments, right? But yeah, it's like gonna be classic combat. It's just with retail graphics. And I'm telling you, this has been something that people have been doing for years and years and years in the private server scene. So I'm shocked that so many people don't realize that. I guess, you know, like Cargos used to be a private server guy, and I guess he just stopped following what private servers were like. But it's like literally not like, it's totally expected, I don't think. I don't think there's any surprise at all that that's coming. It is possible that this is not the Classic Plus conversation. Possible. Yeah, I just realized who that was. Yeah, there's no. If I told you who this was, there would be no debate whatsoever. If I told you who my source is, you would be like, oh, wow, it's 100% happening. Another plausible thing is the new CEO of Microsoft is so gung-ho and wants them to be innovative. And guess what, SOD 2.0 isn't it, right? Just scroll by 2 different comments of saying retail art is a deal breaker for me. What are classic players? It's all just like this weird, like, no changes thing that's still like lingering in this community. It's really weird. Yeah, I didn't. I feel like the Classic Plus discussion is just mostly a bunch of crackpot theories because people are tired of playing the same exact game over and over again. That's where it started, yeah. I agree, totally. The graphics thing is weird. I honestly think it's just people forever chasing that exact feeling they had as a kid, which they're never going to get again. The graphics matter. I'm not going to lie to you. It's just not enough for the gameplay to not trump it, in my eyes. Like, that's... Yeah. It's like, they definitely matter, but they're not a big enough deal that I would ever be concerned. I only believe you, Metro, because I remember asking you like 2 months ago about Classic Plus, and you said I could tell you what I know about Classic Plus. You wouldn't be happy. Yeah. I mean, when I heard about this, I was like, nobody's going to like it. And then Cargos is like, I hate it. I was like, oh, shit. Here it is. We're finally at exactly where I expected us to be. That's why I don't really like Classic. The seasonal race just seems boring. You can say retail is the same thing, but at least it's new content. The seasonal race, what does that mean? He wasn't lying. It's not like Turtle WoW, it's more like Ascension. Well, I don't know anything about the gameplay, and I still want to continue to make that clear. Yeah, it's not a leak. That's why I don't really like Classic. The season I read the fresh servers. Oh, right, the fresh server concept. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of fresh server concept. Yeah, here's another one, Faxi. If it uses retail graphics, it's a hard pass for me. I'd really like to hear why. The guy says, if we aren't getting an actual Classic Plus, I do not want a retail version of Classic WoW. I'll just stay unsubbed and keep playing private servers till they are gone. And to be honest, like, yeah, if what you want is there in a private server, you should stick with that. See, this is the part, I don't know that this is true. That's the part that I'm confused on, because it's like, how could Dalaran be in Hillsbrad Foothills and that be the same zone? It doesn't make any sense. The story of Hillsbrad Foothills is because the fall of Lordaeron, so I don't think it's the same zones. I think it might physically be the same names for most of the zones, because that just didn't change in the lore. Well, obviously it's not going to be called Western Plaguelands and Eastern Plaguelands. All of that content's going to be different, right? But outside of that, like, obviously, like, Winter Spring is still Winter Spring. I don't think that's any change there, you know? What is what is that? Passport bro filming in his RV. What is that about? Yeah, he definitely doesn't want it. That's the problem. That guy says Riot's MMO is right around the corner in, what, 6 years? People have been saying it's right around the corner as long as I've remembered. Classic is anything like seasonal, bro. That's the biggest thing about Classic. Every raid matters throughout every phase. Anything but seasonal. Well, I think they were just talking about the actual season of, you know, season of mastery, season of discovery, that kind of stuff. Starting over. I don't really think they ever needed to start over. If, like, you can't play Classic Era for the rest of your life and be happy, then you didn't, like, this is not what we asked for. Like, I was a big part of the private server scene, and I signed that petition from Nostalrius. Like, I wanted Classic Era the way it was on Nostalrius for the rest of my life. And they gave us that, but the community kind of took it away. So it's unfortunate. No, it's not. They scrapped MMO and restarted in 2022. I think because they said it was too similar to WoW. Riot came out and said it's projected 2028. Oh, yeah. Yeah, pre-COVID, people were talking about Riot MMO. I don't understand the people who are begging for Gimme Hygel and 5 more quests. I understand it because there is a lot of content that could be there, and I think they thought that that would be easy for Blizzard to do. But, yeah, it's not what's happening. That Riot game won't be till 2030, if at all. Probably, yeah. What the hell? This guy replies to every comment, too. You know, I actually have a question. Is this guy playing retail, too? Because we just saw a guy sign up to a key that I had played with already, and his name was something Jerome. And this guy's name is No Hit Jerome. Was it him? The fuck is this nonsense? Watch too much comedy. I don't want to believe anyone, but I'm excited to play something new. I wonder if there's like an easy way to see any comment that I'd be interested in replying to. I do think it's not going to be received well at all. Cargos did one thing that I actually really liked that he did. He's saying this stuff and telling people that it's happening in order to get them to just know what's coming preemptively so they're not disappointed. Because I think if they didn't know, a lot of people would be super fucking disappointed when this gets announced. So I really have a lot of respect for him. That's kind of how this all started. Because I wanted to, you know, I wanted that core of people to not be upset. That's why I said, like, that's how I first started talking about it, because I was like, listen, you guys aren't going to like this. I just wanted to tell people that they're not going to like it. And, yeah, it's gotten a bit out of control, I guess, but I 100% agree with if this is what it is, it will be booze at BlizzCon. Yep, it's definitely not going to be received well. The Classic Plus community doesn't have a no changes mindset. What do you mean? I was saying, if you're talking about what I said before, I was just saying, like, that idea of, like, we have to change very little. He actually addressed that. Cargo's addressed that in his first video about it. And it's actually really interesting because, you know, his perspective on it is that if Blizzard added a bunch of retail shit to what we know is Classic, that it would ruin it. But his, like, new perspective on it is, like, way cooler, that, like, they're starting over, basically, and that is giving them more optimism towards it. Oh, you're replying to the person above me. I see. I feel like the Classic community is going to ruin Classic Plus with the no changes mindset they have. Well, that's the same topic at the end of the day. That's what I was saying. Like, most people don't want graphics from retail. They don't want things from retail. They don't want, like, I don't know what else. You know, I don't know this for sure. This is definitely me speculating. But there's been a lot of leaks about subfeed too. So how are those people gonna? Yeah, we'll see what happens. There's speculation that if you already have a current retail/classic sub, it will be half off. But if you are only subbing to this, it will also be $15 a month. It'll be $8 a month if you sub to both. The hatred of Mythic Plus makes no sense to me. Do you guys just love raid logging? Yeah, I would expect there to be endgame systems like retail, but is this supposed to be something that's coming soon? I have no idea, but there will be seemingly... the reason I know about it is because the person tested the experience that they will get at BlizzCon. So, basically, like I said this yesterday, but I guess, I don't know why. I don't know if this is a new thing or what, but Blizzard, like, I guess employs people, or, like, they don't actually pay them, but they give them, like, free shit to come to BlizzCon, or to come to Blizzard headquarters and test their stuff independently. Like, people that aren't professional testers. This guy works for another company around the area that's not related to WoW at all, or gaming, really. I don't think it's even related to gaming. I don't want to tell you what company he works for, but it's, like, kind of on the periphery of gaming. And so, like, I guess Blizzard, like, they do this. They, like, some people from his company will go, and then maybe some people from Blizzard will go to his company, kind of thing. You know, I don't know if that's exactly how it works, but they have, like, independent testers come in as, like, a reciprocal program. And he got, like a free lunch, and, you know, they spent the whole day there, and they got to see the thing, the campus and everything, you know. And then they got to play for, I think he said, about 3 to 4 hours. And, yeah. Can we watch the What If Joffrey Was Foster's video next? Oh, yeah, that's a sick thumbnail, too, actually, with the book. So, he got to play it, and he did, yeah, all the things that I've said have been confirmed to me because of that, so. I've come around to the idea that the new game with classic feel hopefully comes out in 2028. You really think it's going to be that late? I think it's coming out. I think it's out. Like, I don't know why they would test it at BlizzCon like that if it's not coming out soon. But based on the other leaks from BlizzCon stuff, like, it might not be coming this year. But I do think it's coming soon. What if Blizzard sees all the negative stuff and is like, okay, we're not talking about it at BlizzCon and we'll save it for another... No, I still have this idea in my head that they don't hate these things. I think they want these things. Because think about all this crazy... I mean, like, look at... I don't know what that dude normally covers. I guess it's mostly just classic content. But look at this video. I mean, this video is blowing the fuck up. This is how popular this shit is. It's got 5.1k views in 1 hour. I mean, he's only got 41k subs. Like, this shit is blowing up, dude. This is, like, the hottest topic on Blizzard's radar right now. So, if anything, they might be disappointed that it's not what they want to announce or something like that. Like, maybe it's slightly wrong. But they obviously love this. This is crazy free publicity, right? No, I don't. Maybe it comes out towards the end of 12.2 instead of another remix. So that was my first thought. When he told me about that, I was like, oh, bro, that's definitely not Classic Plus. They're doing another remix. And he was like, no, I'm pretty sure it's Classic. I was like, why? And he gave me a few reasons about talents and stuff. And I was like, he was like, there's also, there's something else about, oh, the global cooldown. He's like, the global cooldown was way longer than it is in retail. I was like, oh, wait, what the fuck? They're like actually recreating classic combat in the retail engine. You should see that at Key video. He only has one video on C+ and it blew up big time. Yeah, this is like the hottest topic in WoW right now. For both retail and classic, it seems, to be honest. Like it overlaps, you know? So it's definitely good for Blizzard. There's not a negative. I don't think anybody's looking at this as a negative. I wonder if I should, like, reach out to the guy. I don't know who this guy is, to be honest, but... I swear we might have played with him. Classic combat kind of blows in my opinion.
already know what...
Oh, this video. I keep getting recommended this video, but... Yeah, I don't care to watch it. But yeah, 174k views. That's all we were looking at, right? Does he say any of the things that we've been saying? Maybe it's a new game with new timeline that's modern classic like graphics and a slower combat. That's exactly what it is. Yep. The timeline thing is the only thing that's I'm questioning, because like that MMO Champion article that had like 90% of the stuff right, it said it's a prequel, and I don't feel confident saying that. I really don't think it's a prequel. I think it's some like non-linear thing. Like we're gonna, I really do genuinely believe that everything's gonna be phased to like a crazy degree. Like I've already said that we're not gonna have night elves, but like they're eventually gonna be there, right? Like there's one of the leaks is that we do stuff with Illidan. So it's like, well, there's night elves, obviously, right? You're just not going to be playable. No War of the Ancients, I don't think. But, yeah, I do think it's going to be like a different, like, if you play like a Horde, you might have a different experience than what an Alliance has. It's not like it was in a Classic where it's like, they're all the exact same experience, just with different quests. I wouldn't be surprised if it's more like phased. Like, the intro to the questing for Alliance is like you live through some big story, you know what I mean? It's not just like some down-to-earth character walking around, you know, Elwyn Forest kind of thing. It's more of like a cinematic experience, and that they're not like linearly tied together. If you think about like other games do this all the time, like or how about this? Think about the Evoker. This is the right one. Or the Drakthir Starving Zone. Think about the Drakthir Starving Zone. That's probably the right one to look at. That's an example of what I'm saying. Like, it's not going to be like all one linear story. It's going to be like big parts of different stories all happening enough to bridge a gap, you know, to make something make sense. I think that's probably what they would do. Because it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, how are there undead players if the Scourge hasn't, like, you know, if the Kingdom of Lordaeron is still functional? I don't, like, where would they start? What would they do? Like, we know the one thing that's, like, leaked and seems to be confirmed, I don't know, somebody said it's confirmed by Blizzard somehow, is that there will be undead paladins instead, because there's not going to be blood elves for Horde. And that there will be dwarf shamans. And I'm not sure why there will be dwarf shamans, but there will be dwarf shamans. And I guess because there's no Draenei. I mean, I guess because Draenei haven't happened yet. But, yeah, Dwarf Shaman and Undead Paladin instead. So it makes you wonder, like, well, Yeah, like what's the backstory there? I don't know. Weird. Kind of want to just keep replying to these guys' comments, to be honest. What? These people are like, man, they'll just bend over backwards to just, like, everybody is so scared of this, I think. There's so many classic, like, first people who are just really scared of this. So they're just, like, gonna attack, like, no matter what. That's why I brought it up in the first place. That was my first inclination. I was like, man, I know a lot of people are gonna fucking hate this. The crackpot theories, undead paladins. Wait, no, that's not a theory, brother. So that one's like actually been confirmed by Holly, apparently. I don't know exactly where, but apparently at some event she talked about undead paladins or something. Wait, no, that one's definitely happening because, like I said, there's not gonna be blood elves for Horde, so they want paladin to have access to Horde or whatever, and then dwarf shaman instead. I guess that means there's probably not gonna be Draenei. But yeah, like I said, it doesn't really make sense. I agree, but and then since there's no Night Elf, this new race that they're getting is gonna have druids for Alliance, and seemingly Tauren still exists, so they'll have druids for Horde. That video, the guy says what he wants from C+ and what he thinks will be announced at BlizzCon, and he basically states kind of what you said, a game like Retail and Classic Fields to funnel everyone into one game. Oh, really? Yeah, no Night Elves. I don't know why there's no Night Elves, but the speculation of why in that one MMO champion post we read that had so many things right is because the planning of Teldrassil hasn't happened yet. So Night Elves are not, like, they're not a part of the main story yet. They're just like characters in it. So like Tyrande and Illidan and stuff are going to be featured, but like you're not going to play as a Night Elf because there's no Night Elf starting zone. But I don't actually know that that's true. Like, when does Teldrassil get planted? Surely would it not have happened before the Scourge invasion? I guess not though. No, it wouldn't. They all lived in Hyjal at that point, right? No, yeah, no, I guess that's true. Because if this is before Warcraft 3, they're all in Hyjal at that point, yeah. Or Dire Maul, which is going to be a hub. Dire Maul is going to be a hub for it's going to be like a major hub, kind of like Theramore, I think. Think about it probably more like Theramore than like a major city. I don't know if it's considered a major city. But it's going to be like a big hub for Alliance. And then, what was the one for Horde that we said? I've already forgotten. Horde was getting something that I was like, oh, that makes sense. Shit, I don't remember. But yeah, Dalaran and Lordaeron are going to be there. And presumably hubs as well. I don't know. The whole thing is like, it's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out. If it's not grounded, down-to-earth questing experience, classic players will not be happy. That's what I mean. I don't think anybody's going to like this, to be honest. I don't know who asked for this. That's the one thing I will say, like, you know, I said that to Cargos on his comment in his video the other night. Like, it's not what people are asking for on either side. So you could say Classic Plus never existed. That's exactly, like, he didn't say anything hyperbolic there. That's totally true. I don't think you could funnel these polar opposite game designs into one game and not water down both identities. Right, and I don't think Blizzard cares, to be honest. Like, I don't think that's why they're doing it, you know? There's also other stuff happening around the Warcraft universe. We talked about it yesterday, but
There's supposed to be a new RTS with like different stories, not all one linear story as well. So new RTS as well as something to do with Arthas, like Arthas ARPG was something that was leaked. I don't know what the fuck that's about. The leaker wrote this. We know Blizzard uses codenames. Diablo 4 was Fenris, which makes sense to Wolf. That's why I think it would be very surprising if it's actually called Camelot IMO. Yeah, I guess it's probably not, but the internal name was chosen to be Camelot because of the Knights of the Silver Hand being a huge part of it. This just sounds like his friend told him all about the other leaks, the little Paladins guy. Where do you see this little Paladins guy? Is that somebody that's supposed to be important? Yeah, apparently there's going to be a Arthas-centered ARPG. That I didn't get told by anybody. That's something that's just floating out there in the internet. No, besides the graphics, why would classic players hate it? I think that's really it. But I think other people would hate it from the classic sphere because they already had this idea in their head of what they wanted and they're not getting that. That's like the real reason I think they'll hate it. That's referencing the newest leak from Kagho video where they basically say it's SOD 2.0. SOD 2.0. Taking a while to fill this up. What are you talking about? Yes, you did. How much stuff, or how much do you play off stream doing quest raid or farming stuff? Right now, not at all. Do we fill up? It's funny, like, this guy's really agitated. It's like, I try to say, like, I really don't give a fuck about this. Like, it's happening, and I don't even want it to happen. Like, I'm not trying to make money off it. I could be making videos on it, but I'm literally choosing to make Mythic Plus content instead. Just, like, I don't know. Should I make a video on it? Maybe I should. Maybe Monday's video should be about Classic Plus, but I don't really want that. Like, I didn't do this to make... Like, I really feel bad now that it's gotten to this point because I hope that the person who told me about this doesn't get in trouble. I don't think that they're going to. I don't know how they would, but I didn't. If somehow they do, I'm going to feel fucking awful. The newest leak is on MMO Champion, and it's called A Streamer Broke NDA, and here's what C+ is. That video? I just saw that video. Where was that video of this person? But is it related to what we've been looking at? This one here? Apparently a streamer under NDA told some stuff to a mutual friend. He passed a few things on to me, but doesn't want to say too much and potentially get the streamer in trouble. There's supposedly already a small closed beta going around between Blizzard devs, some family members, and a few streamers. The name is WoW Classic Camelot. I really think it may actually be named that. It's not a prequel. It's basically vanilla Azeroth expanded with new zones and previously unfinished areas finally completed. No new classes. One new race per faction. New race class combos too. Human Hunter. Yeah, that was another thing I heard about. Most existing dungeons are being reworked. Yeah, I really don't buy the it's a prequel thing, to be honest. I don't think that's the case.
Every old zone's getting tons of new quests and a few big quest lines. The level cap will apparently be phased. I could see that. We don't go through the dark portal. The story branches away from the WoW timeline. Yeah, that makes sense. Professions are getting major reworks, and crafted gear should stay relevant. Several classes are getting talent reworks to make more specs viable. Oh yeah. The focus is apparently on expanding Azeroth rather than immediately adding another continent. There may be changes to World PvP, who cares? XP is a bit faster. Released in 26, early October. That's really so little that there's nothing to even talk about. But I did get told about Human Hunter as well, so. That kind of stuff, it's like, oh, interesting. When they get those right, it's like, where did that come from? But yeah, I really do genuinely believe it's not a sequel. I don't know where that idea comes from. I don't think it's going to be some kind of like linear sequel that's actually meant to stay or a prequel. I keep saying sequel. The newest, another theory to add to the pile. Yeah, that one I don't know much about that. The only thing that stands out is the Human Hunter thing. This is probably the longest we waited for a key to fill all season. Definitely the longest. Oh yeah, we were looking at tank stuff. We never looked at it. Wow, that is a pretty big delta. And it's all because of Sandland, right? Deathbringer is still above average, but not by a lot. I probably need to like go watch somebody play Sandland at a very high level and see how they survive. Because I'm really shocked to see that you can do that much damage and survive. Sounds just like SOD 2. I don't really want that. I think the XP thing is fake because maybe they did that for beta testing. The reason that one doesn't compel me at all is because there's just like a bunch of nothing. Like, why would anybody take the time to write all that? Like, if you ask me why it's important, I'm going to tell you the reasons. I'm not going to tell you about experience. Like, who the fuck cares about experience? Nobody's going to know that anyway. You wouldn't know how fast it is unless you actually had access to the full files. Like, you know what I mean? Like, level 40 to 60 takes longer than level, like, 10 to 40, right? So it's like, how would you know if it's going to be longer or not? You'd have to play all the way to 60 multiple times probably, or have access to the full files. Which obviously is not. Nobody has that. Well, it's no longer a Mythic Plus stream because we just waited like 20 minutes for a shaman, but we're back to keys, don't worry. Sorry about this, but I hope that a lot of you guys will be more open to Classic. Like, it's a great product that it's just played by a lot of fucking idiots. And, you know, you could say the same about retail a lot. So, I think they're great complements to each other, and I am definitely excited about this topic. And like, my career on YouTube took a big leap forward because of private servers and Classic in general. So I am always going to be interested in this. I am still trying to develop my ideal solo private server on the second channel. This is always going to be a huge topic here and a huge focus of me as a person. Maybe not the channel, but yeah. Like, I hope that if there is interesting stuff, like retail like stuff in this new Classic project, that you guys will be interested in me covering it, because I would like to do it. Like, if there's Mythic Plus and like fun gameplay in it, I want to play it. But if it's just like another Classic thing where you just level and raid log, I'm not going to touch that, but we'll see. I think people who don't play both are missing out. Yeah, I mean, the Classic game is so different than the retail game that it's really, yeah, you should definitely, if you like Azeroth, if you like the stories, if you like the characters, the classes, like, I think just going back, like, if you're a Paladin main, just going back and seeing Classic develop over the first 3 expansions is so interesting. Well, I thought it genuinely, when I first, like I said, when he told me about it, I was like, oh, what is this? Oh, what are we doing? Shit. Oh.
A large attack only causes the light bloom to spread. A few striking the most dangerous.
Anyway, I thought it was genuinely just gonna be in the Blizzard, like, because when he was telling me all these things, I was like, that sounds like that's not about Classic, like, so. I'm hyped for a new game, just not the cinematic leveling. I mean, I don't know anything about that part, but what I do know is that it's definitely including something that is going to be way different than classic stuff. So, like, I guess the question is, like, how did you feel about when they added the Draenei starting zone to TBC kind of thing? Like, was that, like, extremely exciting, or was it like, no, I like the original races better? Yeah, we're using the Luster pot. It's insanely good. I just still don't see why they would make a whole new game. Retail as a game is WoW 2. They put so much effort into converting retail into modern architecture. Well, I think it's because it's like that, like Cargos was saying, like they're trying to bridge the gap from classic. Like they can't just keep fucking around with classic. There's not enough there for them to fuck around with. This is more about classic than it is retail, I think. SCP, what's up? Welcome. They don't have any more story for this game. They need a soft reset. For retail, they have plenty of story. But for classic, yeah, there's definitely nothing they can... It's like always this like pocket dimension shit like they did with the Scarlet Crusade stuff. Like, you can't continue SOD from that story point. That's the issue. Like, the Scarlet Crusade were so powerful in that we just, you know, we killed them, and it's like, now what? Well, how do you transition to the Lich King version? Like, that was the area that the raid was, so it doesn't make any sense.
He's put up barriers to avoid any interruptions.
Zuljara does not have much time. I will scout ahead. Bring down the barriers, champion.
A company, I would want my two separate fan bases. As a company, I would want my two separate fan bases, essentially the same franchise, to combine. Yeah, you know, I don't know that that's why they're doing it, but it certainly seems like that would be in their best interest. Like, hugely in their best interest. Especially considering that it sounds like they're doing a second sub fee. So they're gonna like double dip off this like crazy. It's almost like scummy how they're gonna double dip off it. I tried to answer that before, but you probably didn't see it. But the reason that Classic players would hate it is just because they have this idea already built up in their head about what Classic Plus is, and none of them wanted this specifically. Like, I don't see anybody who wanted that, like a prequel type thing with like alternate history as the main focus of the content. I think Cargos' version of it is also not as popular as people make it sound. I think in general, like, there's a lot of people who want more like a Project Ascension with like not a lot of new content, but way different gameplay. And I thought that is what they would have done. If I had to pick, I would have picked that. I'd like to try out Blood Death Knight, but I feel like I can die every microsecond. For tanks, I only play Prot Warrior and Bearer. Yeah, I mean, stick with them, to be honest. It's a totally different, like, yeah. Blood is totally different than those tanks, so. I disagree with that. They are simply two different franchises, only bound together by the world they live in. That's how it's, like, playing out, like, de facto, but it's not how it should play out de jure. Like, it should be... We should all agree that it's the same Azeroth. It's just, I mean, we used to play it. Like, the version that Classic is something that we used to play. Like, I played Wrath, you know what I mean? Like, it was like, it's not like it's a different, I don't know. It's like weird that people look at it that way. I guess there's just a lot of people who didn't play back then now. But Arthas in Warcraft 3 is very popular in Classic circles, so if they market around Living Warcraft 3 and WoW, I think Classic players would be around it. Yeah, it's just not like from like a concept standpoint, it's not what anybody asked for, which is why I know people are gonna hate it. Let me put it this way: people are gonna hate it no matter what. I think like there's gonna be some people who hated it no matter what, but I think this is probably the most like unified hatred of a thing they could announce that's related to Classic, unless they just announce that they're doing like something very, very, very low effort. And that, like, as soon as I heard it, I was immediately disappointed. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Like, I told the story a million times now, but like, the person who was telling me about it, he's like, I just want to tell you. He told me about it like, I think it was May. He wanted to tell me about this in May, and I was like, bro, I don't really care. Like, I had no interest in Classic Plus at that point, but then he messaged me again like in June, and I was like, all right, there's got to be a reason he wants to tell me. So I'm going to let him tell me, and we're going to find out what that reason was. And I would have bet money on it being Death Knights. Because it's like, you know, that's kind of what I'm known for at this point, is like Death Knight stuff. So I was sure that that's what it was going to be. And then he started telling me all this shit. And I was like, wait, what the fuck are we even talking about? That's definitely not Classic Plus. And he's like, no, yeah, it is. I was like, wait, what? So, yeah, no Death Knights, unfortunately. At least not yet, maybe eventually. I don't think they're risking anything, though. It's just like, you know what I mean? They're setting themselves up for the future, because I do think eventually this is going to become the main development. Like, they're going to make, like, retail won't be able to live forever. Like, it sucks, but it's just the truth. Like, the game is too bloated. There's too much going on with it, so it's already in a place that's precarious, it feels like. I mean, just the fact that people don't consider, like, Wrath, WoW part of retail concept, you know what I mean? It's like, that tells you, like, it's gone too far. It's gotten way too far. Their like source of like money being expansions and new content kind of fucks WoW up, because it means every 8 weeks or whatever they're making new content, and that means every year and a half they're making a new expansion, and that means 10 years later we're talking about fucking 15 major patches or something, you know what I mean? More than that. But that's ridiculous. Like, they could have easily just done one a year, and it would have not gotten to this point where the early game is utterly unrecognizable to the current game. But that's like the process of developing a live service game. Like, people demand extra, and you have to provide extra, and now you get this weird shit where we're in a situation that, like, nobody's happy. Are you gonna give Classic Plus a try when it comes out? I don't. Honestly, probably not. If it's everything that we expect it to be, I probably won't touch it. But, like I said, we're going to wait to see about endgame and how the endgame loop plays out. I'm currently developing my ideal version of Classic for a solo private server. And as such, I have no real desire to play anything Blizzard is offering. But it's very possible that my mind will change once we see it. Retail has a clear path forward, and Classic just doesn't. So what exactly is the plan? To just pull some chromie, time travel, and revive all the old villains? Yeah, we talked about that. But they already have like expansions planned out. And I think what they would be is probably more like a DLC type thing. I don't think it's going to be like a full expansion. But the things that were leaked were like, we go to Northrend. You know, they do the Northrend revamp for the last Titan, and then we use that for retail. Or for Camelot. And then you go to Northrend there, and it's like all different again. And Arthas is like not the Lich King yet, kind of thing. And then the same thing with TBC. The leak was like, we go to TBC to stop or to help Illidan instead of attack him and stuff, like before he becomes like the bad guy character thing. Stuff like that. So they have like the future planned out for this Camelot thing. But I mean, in general, I agree with you that Classic has no clear path forward, and that's why they're doing this. They need to come up with something progressive that's not just remaking the same expansions from retail over and over again. Yeah, it's going to be Classic combat, but retail graphics from what we can tell. The person who I talked to told me literally it's in the retail engine. Like, when, you know how on betas and stuff, they don't have like loading screens and stuff yet? The person logged into War Within, or Midnight, I guess it would still be at Midnight, yeah. Yeah, it would still be Midnight at that point. They logged in, it was the loading screens and the music and the intro screen, or whatever you'd say, like the splash screen was Midnight. So it's literally physically in
the retail client. That's why I was thinking it was just another remix or event, and it may still be. Like I said, I'm not convinced that this is the Classic Plus announcement, but it certainly seems like everybody else is. So it could very well just be Classic Remix. That's what I would. But the fact that they're adding a new race and that's like going to be shown at BlizzCon, I highly doubt that that would be the case. They would. I don't think they show like. Did they show Plunderstorm at BlizzCon? I don't. Well, they didn't have an in-person BlizzCon, but I don't think they would show something like that at BlizzCon. That's disappointing. The current game feels like it's falling apart after every new patch. Why would it be disappointing? There's nothing wrong with the client. The client's infinitely better than the classic situation, but it's just the patches. Like, so then, you know, if they do this, there's not going to be like patches. It's just going to be new content. I love classic models and graphics too. Yeah, that's not a deal breaker for me, but if I'm going to play classic, I like to have the old graphics as well. I was something like that, not just Chromie BS. I don't know that it's not. I don't agree with the idea that it's like a pure prequel, like some people are saying. I don't know where that came from. I definitely think it's like time bubble type stuff. Like we're dealing with multiple things in multiple timelines. They would have to transfer everyone's characters and collections. No, it would be like classic. It's a separate game, right? Like collections aren't really a thing in classic. I don't think they, like they are, I guess now with Mob Classic, but like classic era is not about collections. I don't think I've ever seen that not get soaked. I don't play classic, so I'm open to be corrected, but from what I hear, classic players like the gameplay, graphics, and vibes, for lack of a better term. And new stories would be welcomed. I think like the Cargo's Classic Plus idea is like the truest like no changes Classic Plus theory. That they basically want everything from 1.12 to stay the same, including like very minimal class changes. Like I've heard people say like all I want is all classes to be balanced. I don't want any gameplay changes. And then they want the zones like Emerald Dream and Hyjal and Karazhan Crypts, things that were already data mined to be worked on during Classic that ended up either getting pushed to TBC or scrapped altogether. They want those
Metro,
things
what
to
do
be
you think is
expanded
the
upon.
best healer for Mythic
That's what
Plus?
Classic Plus, Cargo's Classic
Blood
Plus
Death
is.
Knight.
Timbot, Blue Drop, what's up, welcome. Blue Blood Drop, what's up, welcome. Long time no see, what have you been up to? I don't know if that's a new name, but welcome. After art, transmog seems to be the most hated thing from classic players. It's funny though, because the second most popular Azeroth core module is transmog. I think it's one thing that divides the community heavily in classic. A lot of people don't want it, and I think a lot of it's just the pure no changes stuff. But a lot of people do want it because there's a lot of shitty fucking pieces of gear in classic that people don't want to wear.
Uletek's influence is evolving these creatures. The children of Uletek infuse these eggs with her venom to transform them into these abominations.
And there's also a lot of sick fucking gear that's just not actually best in slot. Like if you're talking about like actual 1.12 classic, you run into that a lot. I don't think they transfer them as much as they do Guild Wars 3 version and give you items for getting stuff in other versions. Seemingly it would just be like, because that bear thing that, what was that guy's video that we just, I don't even remember his name, but anyway, the video we just watched, Jerome, right? That's the guy's name. He talked about the bear thing, which I'm really shocked more people haven't been talking about. There's already a bunch of stuff data mined in between the games that tell you all of this stuff is coming. And it's just like I said, it just seems to me like people just stopped. I guess because there's just so much shit in WoW now that it's just not on people's radar when things are data mined. Yeah, I don't know the Camelot name. That may actually not be this. I don't know, but regardless, it's not all nonsense. If it is, I mean, again, I don't think I will ever feel comfortable telling you who told me this. But if I did, you guys would never question this once. Like, wouldn't even be a fucking question in your mind. You'd be like, oh wow, 100% correct. Somebody who's built up a ton of goodwill here, never done like, I mean, yeah. You would never question it once. There's absolutely no incentive for this person to lie to me. And especially not lie to me in the way they did. Like, they went out of their way to lie to me if they wanted to. They went way out of their way to lie to me. Because literally, originally, I was like, no, I don't even care, bro. Like, I don't want you to tell me. That was my first statement to them. And then they were like, a month later, they're like, you sure? Because I really want to tell somebody, but I don't know. I don't have anybody else to tell. Like, they didn't even want to leak it. You know what I mean? It wasn't like for in any way something that this should have went. This should never have went this direction. I don't even like I said, I feel bad even talking about it and it becoming somehow my responsibility to talk about it. Because I really don't give a fuck. Like, if they're not having Death Knight or Paragon leveling, I don't care. I'm not playing it. That was the only two things I was interested in. Can also be a store mount. Well, it could be multiple things, but the point is the mount doesn't look like it's in Classic, but it's labeled Classic. That's what we were saying.
Beware.
I was in a key, but strangely I'd feel better about the leak stuff if it wasn't a prequel. Why feel better? What do you mean by that? I genuinely don't know what the difference between a prequel and what we're talking about is. But I will say that the person who told me about this did not mention anything about it being a prequel. They just told me shit that I was like, wait, why is Lordaeron and Dalaran? Like, what? Why would they be there? So it's very easy, you know, if the same person told a different person with a different perspective, they may interpret that as a sequel. But like, is it? I don't know. I don't think it is, to be honest. The prequels have the lines about hating sand is what I know. I feel like prequel is what people do when they're out of ideas. Oh. Well. Really? I think prequels are what giant worlds do when they know they can make it work and they just haven't yet. Now we're about to let that go off. Me and the mage overlapped.
Beware.
Yeah, like Star Wars, Westeros. I mean, really, every big world has had great prequels, I think. I think they're just taking big names, Illidan, Arthas, and using the drawn players. Oh, very much so. It's like a fan service thing for sure. But this is what they did with the World Soul Saga too, right? Going back to Silvermoon, going back to Northrend, like these are obviously... Yeah, you could say that they're out of ideas for that too, like... It's just important characters and lore, so... They're not dead, they're still there, so use them. Baxi outed as a not like Revenge of the Sith. Andor was goated. Was so good. That exactly was Legion. It was great. They hit the break the glass for Illidan after WoD. Yep. Rip up right now. I mean, those big name players are all I care about. Malfurion, Cenarius, Uther, Maiev, Shadowsong, Rexar, bring them all back. Oh yeah. Oh, we're doing like really well here. 12 minutes out of that split. Realized that this is going very well.
That monster's power bars our way.
Yeah, this dungeon actually got nerfed really hard. I don't no longer feel like it's even a hard dungeon. People die to really dumb shit in here and that's it. Otherwise, if everybody just doesn't die to dumb shit, this is actually one of the easier dungeons. How have keys been this afternoon? Good. We got a little derailed there with the Classic Plus stuff, but I'll never forget when I saw Rexar in 2005 in Desolate just walking around. Oh yeah, that. And I really want to play Classic. Yeah, all of this makes me want to just play Classic again. Like, I don't even give a shit about Camelot, to be honest. Like, whatever that ends up being. I don't really even have a desire to play that. Like, maybe I will once I see it and hear the full announcement. But truthfully, it just really makes me want to play Classic. I really wish all this shit didn't happen right at the start of the season. This is the worst part about this all. If this all happened fucking 2 months ago and the fucking last season was just totally nothing. Oh man, I would have been going all in. We would have been making videos on it. We would have been speculating like everybody else. But like, I just, yeah, it's too much going on with retail right now. If it's just retail system shoehorned into Classic, then I don't know who the audience is. Well, no, it's the opposite really. It would be Classic shoehorned into retail. And the audience, I think, has been made clear. Like, they're obviously trying to create one audience and bridge that gap. And, you know, I don't know that it's going to work, frankly, but that's certainly a good investment of their time, it feels like. I like playing Classic and TBC to just run around, heal, or res people. Oh, really? That I don't like, but... we just keep not kicking this. We're not doing very good. Our biggest flaw in this group is we keep overlapping kicks. Man-Crick Alliance on Classic Era is a good time. Oh yeah. I would love to play Classic Era again. It just sucks that like everything has gotten so weird with the economy and the botting and everything. The one thing I hate that I missed was being able to raid in Classic as a Holy Pele. I just hope more than warriors are allowed to tank. Oh, 100%, yeah. That MMO Champion League we talked about, they had talked about like Shaman being there again. Which I don't necessarily think is a good idea, but it's possible that they will do it. I'm not a fan of the Shaman tank thing. But it certainly makes more sense than Warlock. Hopefully they won't do Warlock. I'd rather them try and make something new than to just make another Classic seasonal server like SOD. Yeah, I totally agree. Like, SOD was the best that we were going to get out of that type of thing, and the fact that people were immediately asking for even more tells you that, you know, like if you just think about it at face value, like if you didn't like SOD or you think that there wasn't enough, then why would they even try again? You know what I mean? Like, they've already done a lot. Like, SOD was crazy, dude. They made a lot of crazy plays in SOD. And then people are like, good, that was cool, but I can't wait for Classic Plus. It was like, wait. From Blizzard's perspective, they're like, wait, what did they think that was then? How are you the Classic Plus leaker? What makes you say that? It is funny though, I guess. Thoughts on Classic Plus as a prequel and overtaking retail long term? We've been talking about this for like the whole week. But yeah. I don't have any new thoughts on it, to be honest, and I think it's happening. It seems to be happening, and the only question is what happens to retail in like 10 years from now or something. But frankly, if they have like good gameplay and good endgame systems, I would probably play that. Like, I could see myself just playing that instead. Like, if they have Mythic Plus and good replayability in Classic, then I would just play that. Like, if I had to choose gun to my head 10 years from now, I would just play Classic. Or whatever that is considered.
You think you can stop me?
No Hit Jerome. Yeah, we just watched that on stream there. It wasn't just a picture. he took a bunch of clips from the live stream. They were pretty good. I'm surprised he didn't fucking he could have edited it a lot better, I think. But yeah, there was even I was actually shocked that he didn't use one of the I went on like basically like a 30-minute rant about it and he didn't use much from that. Arthas is dead and has been dead. Gotta stop beating a dead horse. Well, not in this case. That's the thing. That's why they're doing it, because he's such an important character to the universe, and they just bring him back, you know? You think retail is dead after the last Titan? Oh no, certainly not after the last Titan. But I do think that they're gonna start looking at, you know, the future after the last Titan. It's not gonna be another World Soul Saga, that's for sure. I genuinely think that the story might be dead after the last Titan. That they may not have any new major lore. That it might just be somehow like, you know, new content, but not actual like advancement of major lore. Rat's questing with Arthas showing up all throughout was awesome. Oh, you liked it? I actually do not like Wrath's depiction of Arthas at all. I think it's far worse than it could have been. But the ending was excellent. The beginning was terrible, but the ending was excellent. The Halls of what's that called? Halls of Reflection or whatever, that stuff was great. Yes, Wrath is the most overrated expansion. I'm glad to see somebody else independently think that. That is exactly how I feel about it. There are many great characters in WoW. There are, but none are as transcendent as Arthas. Like, he's been mentioned by George R.R. Martin. You know what I mean? Like, he's transcendent. Like, these people that don't even know about WoW know about Arthas. So, it's just such a good money play for Blizzard to make stuff with Arthas. There's also another thing that's interesting. Didn't they just do like an Arthas statue or something? They did something related to Arthas like about a few months ago. And it's like, where did that come from out of nowhere, you know? Stuff like that. Warcraft 3 cutscenes still hold up. Warcraft 3 is still probably their best narrative experience over a short period of time. Like, if you look at any like 1 or 2 years of development in WoW, I don't think Warcraft 3 has any rival. Maybe you could say like Wrath, but I really don't think Wrath was very good. Arthas should have been the movie IMO. I think they wanted to keep going with movies, they just didn't work. The reason they did that was, as the movie, was obviously because of the WoD storyline that was playing out, you know? TBC, in my opinion, is more overrated than Wrath. Well, but people rate Wrath way higher than TBC, right? You feel like TBC is terrible and Wrath's like not great but justified to be rated high. Is that what you feel about it? The Warcraft movie was actually pretty good, IMO, but I'm super biased, so yeah. I never watched it, but I heard a lot of people like it.
Done, mortal.
That lock was blasting. Yeah, there we go. Just carried that paladin like crazy. This is my tinfoil theory, but they had Uther in attendance on the celebrity guest panel or guest list or whatever. In attendance? What is that? What do you mean? Attendance for what? TBC had the best class design. Do you like it more in Wrath? I think Wrath has better like tech in the class design, but I do think like TBC was way more authentic to Classic. I do think that they just need to create more characters instead of milking 20-plus-year-old ones. I mean, they've tried, they have, and I guess they just don't catch on, you know? I'll take the Jailer over being stuck in Classic Andy mode with my rose-tinted glasses. Oh, yeah. Is that Red Pally playing Templar or Herald? I have no idea. Herald, I guess. Light Within. Sun's Avatar. Blizzard seems incapable of creating new, compelling story or characters. Or that is the community incapable of moving beyond the past. No, yeah, the latter, definitely. There's great characters going on right now. Zul'Jara is awesome. I love the characters that are going on at Midnight. Harry just linked this guy's tweet. One of the three creators, One Azeroth TV, is a retail main, and when he saw the leaks, became concerned that this might end up actually overtaking retail World of Warcraft. Don't know if I would go that far. Except One Azeroth TV is a fucking moron who is a cancer on the community. What? Wait, what? I don't have... Do I still have a Twitter? It's pretty aggressive. Blizzard has never told a compelling story in WoW, period. Really? I definitely disagree. I'm actually interested. He's notorious for spreading the most god-awful misinformation. He also reviews his own failed keys and blames everyone but himself when you can clearly see he has no idea how to play. I don't ever do that. I've never done that once. I've never reviewed my own failed keys and blamed everyone but myself, not at any point. That's the only comment about me, I guess. This is probably the most interesting comment, though. Dumbest theory all week. No one wants Classic minus. He says, it may be true nobody wants it, but Blizzard sees an opportunity here to expand. Yep. And this guy says they aren't going to expand Classic by rebuilding the entire game. Why not? I mean, I think the fact that it is so unbelievable is what makes it so believable.
Because it's super easy. Like, if you just want views, to just say, like, a bunch of shit that sounds like it might happen, right? But this doesn't sound like it would happen. The last key, 110k gap for DPS is crazy. Yep. Yeah, 110k. I didn't even realize that paladin really struggled. The key was so smooth, though. Nothing has ever come close to Warcraft 3 storytelling. Like, they might have had some small stories that were interesting, but the epic stories never worked well in WoW. I do agree, but I think it's just because of the way questing and stuff works in WoW. Like, in Warcraft 3, there was, like, constantly cutscenes and exposition and time for them to tell the story, whereas in WoW, it's not like that. It's like a persistent... It's just that they chose to do an MMORPG, you know what I mean? It's kind of a bad decision for story. I think it'll be cool if it's just a single-player game like Warcraft 3 that allows you to play through the lore in first person rather than how it was in Warcraft 3. Yeah, no, I don't think it's going to be a single... Well, it's definitely not. Definitely not a single-player game. Oh, wait, we got to put that on the sheet. It's not the sheet. That's the sheet. In that 15 I just did, I got gapped, but I destroyed the bosses, and the lock at the end was like, well, you lost by a lot, but you made the bosses go a lot faster. Just giving you a little pity. Doesn't want you to quit, doesn't want you to feel bad. Alright, for Fangs, 15. I gotta remember to check Twitter. I never ever used Twitter. The Defias and later into Ani Attunement may be the greatest story in WoW. Yeah, I totally agree, actually. That stuff's sick. How are people liking his tweet? How are people liking his tweet that you are a Cancer? So does that mean you actually have more viewers than you usually have? No, that's just one fucking idiot who's... I'll tell you what it is. It's somebody who found out about the spreadsheet and the end of season disband reviews, probably. And I'm telling you that the word, not that this is bad or anything. I'm not saying anybody did anything wrong here, but the most confused group of people I've ever seen was when Max got involved. Grawl got Max involved, and then Max watched the review, and it was just a wave of a bunch of fucking idiots who had no idea what they were even looking at. Like, I like Max. I have nothing against him, but I think even... Like, I don't know. I think his community has no idea what Pugging Mythic Plus is. And they just saw me, like, reviewing shit. And they thought I was, like, wildly swinging my arms at everybody in the key but myself. It's like, brother, it's just funny. Like, we're just looking at funny shit. It happened on my live stream. I make a compilation of it. Like, that's it. Like, the reason I write the thing on the disband sheet is because that's my perspective of what happened. If you disagree, like, okay, I don't really care. But, like, a lot of this shit's just funny. It's not... Nobody's getting blamed. Imagine making 2 MMOs at one time when MMOs are already the most expensive game type. Well, they already make more than 2, right? What do you mean? I mean, that's the problem right now, that maybe the biggest reason to not do it is because there would be Classic Era, Classic Hardcore, Anniversary, MOP. I don't know what's going to happen with Progressive Classic, and then Retail. And now we're adding a 6th thing. We're talking about Camelot. And there's still Sod, which doesn't get development, but it's still there. People liking the comment probably have never watched Metro ever. Well, it's just one guy, right? Or was there a second guy somewhere? But yeah, there's a lot of people who just, like, absolutely are going to hate this. So it's not really a surprise. What are these? What is this? Is this reply 1, 2, 3? Or what does this symbol mean? When did I... Where does this come from? The most god-awful misinformation? What is that? About what? Just no hit Jerome will eat any retarded shit someone puts in front of him. I don't, like, it's turning into a thing now where it's like, I can't wait to see what actually comes out of BlizzCon just to see how dumb these people end up feeling. Click the actual message and there will be 3 replies. Oh, really? Like this? Oh, I see. He has never once reviewed his own key. He reviews submitted keys from viewers. Somebody else commented. I definitely review my own key, but very, very infrequently, and it's only usually at the end of the season. Okay, this guy also... This bloke is literally retarded and somehow a worse tank. That's not what literally means. Wait, and somehow a worse tank. I've not used Reddit or Twitter in so long. I don't even know how to navigate it. You must have watched one of your mop guides and is still mad about it from 15 years ago. Do you think they'd ever take down classic servers in lieu of the leaked project? What does that mean? Like, you'd think they would stop having classic servers exist? No, I don't think so. I think it's probably like 0 effort for them to keep classic era up. If you Google that Nathan on Fire 2 username, he's basically just rage tweets constantly. Oh, really? Like, just look at him on Twitter? The state of Alabama needs to get to work. It's currently legal to groom children in Alabama. Oh, boy. How did I get involved with somebody like this? What the fuck? There's a lot of weirdos on the internet, man. I tell you, anybody who's on Twitter regularly at this point is like, kind of don't want to be involved. Is he gonna reply to me or not? I thought he would reply like instantly, but it was 53 minutes ago he commented. Twitter is a cesspool. It really is like the worst social media, it feels like. People are just angry that you have a platform to speak to thousands of people on and they don't. I always try to like hear valid criticism and listen to it at least, but I don't like that. Doesn't seem valid at all. Like, I don't, when do I ever talk? Like, when do I, that comment, the thing that sticks in my craw the most is spreading the most god-awful misinformation. What the fuck is that? Like, well, do I ever do that? And can anybody give even a remote example of that? Because I give my own opinion on things, that's misinformation? Is that what this guy's talking about? I can see why he likes politics. 2 choices, choose one. Magic Dan in every one of your key reviews, or you have to chat with Nathan on Fire. Oh, I would chat with Nathan on Fire every day for the rest of my life if I could. That would probably be the best content we could produce here. You can make a lot of money on Twitter engagement farming. Oh wait, how do you make money on Twitter? What? Maybe he wanted to join a group as a healer and he heard you were the best healer. You cannot go to Twitter for anything. People on that platform are generally missing portions of their brain. It's really weird. Like, it's always been bad, but I bet it's even worse now. But yeah, Twitter's like the worst social media. This is the first time I hear you talk about some leak. And it'll probably be the last time you'll ever hear me talk about it because this was such a weird, isolated thing for this to happen. Like, it's so weird. Like, I can't believe I'm in the middle of this. I don't care. I really don't care. It's like the thing I care the least about that's happening at WoW. In WoW's lifespan right now. I mean, it's definitely, I kind of care, but it's like, I'm not even going to play it. Like, I'm not trying to make money off it. I don't even plan on playing it. Like, yeah. Maybe he invented a Blood Death Knight to heal his keys because he heard you say blood is the best healer. Oh, yeah. Twitter is just a pool of dumb people misinformed about basically everything and just say fake news or gay or some stuff they don't like or believe in. It's actually crazy. I used to go there all the time for sports banner, but I just can't anymore. Yeah, it's really weird. I don't know. It's like the worst social media. People say that about Reddit, but I have a lot of great interactions on Reddit. A lot of positive and like interesting conversations. But based on that one thing. I mean, I don't know. It's possible that it's just because it's a classic YouTuber. Like, who the fuck is talking like that in retail, right? I don't know. There's some, but for some reason, classic like attracts all these weirdos that like want to be super edgy and talk about politics all day, every day. How long juice? Thanks a lot. Any more comments?
Something for the lake.
That guy's not gonna join us, huh? I said I'd come and talk to these people if they want to talk. I don't know why this happens. Alright, he's not gonna join. Alright, anyway, we got time for one more key. Let's do it. What do we need? 2 16s now. AOF being our second one is interesting. Not a lot of options. Yeah, I think Reddit's the best social media because it has the downvote and upvote system. And it has, like, you know, I will say, like, the one thing that is probably true on Twitter now, especially, is that, like, you can kind of say whatever you want. And, you know, on Reddit, you can kind of say whatever you want, but if you say something really fucking dumb and inflammatory, you'll get downvoted and, you know, there's like a response to it. Whereas on Twitter, it seems like you can say whatever the fuck you want and then there's no, like, you can just say it. And it's like not, you're not like in any way, you know, other people just comment on it and that's it. So I do like Reddit for that. Yeah, and then the subreddit concept is also really great because it's like, you can talk about very specialized topics all with like-minded people. The idea of WoW 2 just isn't going to happen because people will have to leave behind 20 years worth of WoW stuff. Yeah, it's not WoW 2 either, I wouldn't say. I don't think it's WoW 2. I think the idea that it's a prequel and it's WoW 2 and all that stuff, I don't think that's not the way to describe it. How does Blizzard want a younger audience with their strategy to do that is to just recycle their older stories? A younger audience, if they said that? Reddit is the worst. It was amazing 10 years ago, but since 2016, it's gone down the drain. It's definitely a lot. There's so much bullshit that's posted on Reddit that's just like, why do these places allow this? It's like places are just not moderated, I guess. The things that I hate about Reddit, one, everything turns into fucking politics in some places. Unless you're in like an actual like the Pokemon TCG Reddits or something like that, like there's not politics there, luckily. But any general subreddit just immediately turns into politics, which I fucking can't stand. And then the other thing about Reddit is people post these dumb bullshit things that are just like, what is your source on that? Like, why? Like, where is this even coming from? This happens all the time in the UFC subreddit. People post these things where like, oh, the UFC last card, here's all the fighters pay. And it's like, well, how do you know? Like, what do you mean? Like, how do you know every single fighter's pay? Where is the source? You know what I mean? Like, it's just like a bunch of bullshit that, and people just thumbs it like 15,000 thumbs up. It's like, you guys just eat this shit up, man. Like, you don't question anything. Like, you gotta question stuff. Like, I don't. If some random Reddit account tells you that every single like 20 people he knows every single payout from that UFC card, it's like, I don't buy it, man. I don't believe you at all. I don't even know who you are or why you think you know this. Absolute best thing about Twitter is the community post AI that corrects people's dumb posts. Oh, I've heard about that feature. Yeah, it's actually good tech, to be honest. Clawed your way back up to 111th Blood Death Night. You were 300 just 2 days ago. Yeah, it's funny, right? We got a real good swing of success this last, like, pretty much 24 hours. Community posts are not AI. I don't know. Reddit is trying to keep as many human posts so they can sell AI training. Oh yeah. Yeah, the Twitter thing I was just looking at. Here you go. It's a program, it's more what I meant. Oh yeah. Reddit actually changed their API so AI can't pull from Reddit anymore. Yeah, I heard about that, yeah. That's a good thing. Do we have any other 16s attempted? I can't remember which ones we've even tried now. Blinding Veil, Void Scar, we can get far in that one, I don't think. No, that's it. We've only done a few. Den of Nalarak 16 should be good though, I think. That altar you have listed was a 16. Oh. Good call.
My Farstriders cannot hold back the light bloom forever. Cut down anything you can.
I do wonder what points become actually dangerous. I feel like right now, as long as you don't chain deaths, timers are free. Yeah, it feels like we're still a while away before keys are going to start getting really hard. Maybe 18s? And obviously, is there been 20s done yet, or is still 19 is the highest? Usually it's like one level lower than what the highest is early is what ends up becoming really hard for your average pug group. There is 120 done. Oh, wow. Rats on 3.3. Yeah, that's pretty great. We got a lot of time. Yeah, the last 2 days have been very good. 15 resilient. Yeah, pretty happy. Got some good reviews coming this weekend as well. Stay tuned for that. Still got to make Mondays. But it's been good. Blood, Holy Pally, Arcane Mage, Arms, and Windwalker. Is that the comp? Oh, the 20 comp. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Windwalker. Well, I guess people don't desire Druid as much as they originally let on then. So you'd think with Feral being as strong as it is, you'd see more. $317 was the average item level of that group. Oh, wow. Oh, that's not that high, I guess, but yeah, that's pretty crazy still. 320. Is that the real Bad Bunny? Did you actually like that halftime show? I don't know what kind of music that is, but my God, was that horrible. It's just like a bunch of random talking. It didn't even seem like music. I mean, I don't speak Spanish, so that didn't help, but that was the worst. I mean, I don't ever like the halftime shows, to be fair, but that was awful. I know it's small, but the fact that you still have to click the campfire here at the start makes me irrationally angry. Oh, really? Well, it's because you have to come back to this area. The door phases you. I like it because how mad... Oh. It certainly did get people worked up. The internet is a weird place anymore. Everybody I know in real life, nobody gives a shit. In fact, a lot of people didn't even know. Like, they were like, wait, why is there a Spanish guy? Just like, oh, yeah. It's a good question, to be honest.
You have a plan for your route? Yeah, I'm doing the same thing, obviously, on 15. Puerto Rican equals Spanish guy? I meant like Spanish speaker, yeah. My dad was like, who is this? And I had to explain to him, he's like the second biggest singer on the planet. Oh, is he really? I had no idea of that either. That makes more sense why he was at the halftime show.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, that's good. This warrior is actually like really high score. Bunch of 3,400 players in here, so that's good. Hopefully that's a good sign. Holy hell, I'm old. Super Mario Kart came out 34 years ago. That's a long time.
Beware.
Super Mario Kart? Is that what was that for then?
They are shares only as strong as their warriors. So you too will be tested in Nalarak's dream. The large rooms of the Emanis past, when their winter was their only foe. Preparing for it will be your first try.
Super Nintendo. Oh, really? I never played that one, I guess. All I ever did was play the one for the first one I ever played was Nintendo 64, I guess. Never been a Mario Kart guy. And we need to make sure we get the extra mob here now. Here's a little fact, Nintendo stuff would release in Japan 4 months before US. Could you imagine a system coming out now 4 months early? Oh yeah, no I can't. That's how Pokemon was. Pokemon came out like quite a while in front of the American release. Good to see Windwalker represented finally, though. The N64 is top 3 systems ever. Oh, really? I'm not a big Nintendo guy, to be honest. Still have and use my original N64. Oh wow, it still works. Nice.
Like the horde manga, whose greed burdens others. The Emani Hashe use their most trusted warriors to eliminate them for the good of the tribe.
Only thing I've ever had to replace is the controllers. Ah, yeah. Oh, nobody got the thigh.
Preparing will help you in the trial ahead.
You need to replace that fishing point with another barrel of food. It takes a long time to get it, yeah. This game takes no skill now. Well, based on what? I don't know. I think the game is really fun. I assume that's just trolling, but if there's an actual follow-up comment to that, I'm happy to hear your thoughts. I didn't pot in this boss? I thought I potted. Must not have been up. We'll use it on the next trash pack.
Beware.
This fight's taking a long time. Almost a 4-minute fight. Let me be honest here, I'm a classic Annie, but right now in TBC Classic, the content is so easy and really takes no skill. All I did is steady shot and melee weave every now and then and didn't stand a fire. Yeah, I think the problem is just like in general rating, like especially before like certain points in WoW's history just don't really take much skill. Like it's just more about coordination, and as long as the group's coordinated and knows, like I think a lot of it was just like learning the fights, and that was the hard part, you know what I mean? And now everybody knows all the fights, so there's nothing to like. What kind of skill are we talking about? That'll make a lot of sense, really. The fights weren't designed to be hard, like skill mechanically, you know what I mean? They were just like things that you just did. They were like almost like kind of like objectives. You just did them in that order and you were good. Worst part about Classic WoW is the community. Yeah, that's the #1 reason I'm not interested in it. That's also the worst part about retail. There's some issues with retail that aren't just community based. The classic community is way, way, way worse than the retail community. Like I think if we're making that statement, then that's all that needs to be said. The issue I have with Classic is how slow it is. Oh, really? Yeah, some people like that. I like that a lot about it, to be honest. Yeah, it's just relaxing. The problem is that, like, if you don't have a lot of time, you can't really get a lot done. But, like, yeah, it's still really relaxing.
Beware.
I like to play endgame, never cared for leveling. Oh yeah, then not. Classic, not gonna be for you. I think you should give yourself a chance, like give it a chance. Early game and like leveling and just exploring the world and stuff. It's such a big part of the game we play, and most people just simply ignore it. Like, they don't even give it a shot. You should try Fellowship. A good one. I've never enjoyed leveling. It was always about endgame, but I ended up really enjoying the first run of Classic. I leveled 4 tunes to 60, yeah. See, I think a lot of people who say they're all about endgame, it's just because it's like, you have this idea that you have to be like some valuable asset in the world of Warcraft, you know what I mean? And that is where like endgame is. Like that's, you don't do that in leveling. You have to be part of a community, you have to be a raider, you have to be, you know, I have to be caring about logs and parses or whatever. Like none of that happens in leveling, and that's exactly why it's great, because like the game itself is leveling. It really is. Like it was like, oh well, what do you do after leveling? I guess we'll make raids. Like, you know what I mean? That was the way the game was developed. Like originally it was just about the world, and really leveling should have never stopped. Like I think, you know, there didn't ever need to be a time when you stopped leveling. But obviously it's just because, you know, human beings can't just make infinite content for a video game, so. But really, the game we're playing is a product of leveling, and leveling being this good. Because if it wasn't for the early game and kind of like the journey of Classic being what it was, then it never would have became this popular. Leveling in Classic feels like an adventure. Everything is so slow. You spend in one location hours. Yep. I don't know about feels like an adventure. I think that's a lot of nostalgia there or something. But definitely, it's a very fun process, and it can be different. Like, I think the one thing that does, you know, I would want to see from a Classic Plus project is that like there's more options in terms of what there is to level with. But outside of that, it's, yeah, you can have a different experience quite frequently, especially with different races. Do you have a video or a way to import your player profile? No, not really. I should. I wanted to make a UI video every expansion, but I just honestly got so turned off by all the UI changes that I just didn't even want to do it this time. But if you really want it, message me on Discord. I'll send it to you.
Beware.
We'll see what Classic Plus is going to be at BlizzCon. There's a lot of hype going around. Oh yeah. Yeah, we've been talking a lot about it here. By accident, I guess. It's kind of funny how this played out. I didn't realize there's mobs over there. What the fuck? Yo, imagine pulling those. Can you even get over there? These Terra Rumblers are the worst mobs in the whole season, I feel like. Not from like they're too hard perspective, but like they're just dumb perspective. They put those there because people ran over there to skip a lot of stuff. Oh, wow, interesting. Yeah, it feels like you could. Music in this dungeon, specifically this portion, is sick. I love this troll music, man. It's so fucking cool. You don't like this boss? I've kind of grown to like it. I don't like the ice thing much, but it's actually not bad. I may not mess with retail a lot, but the music, the past 2 expansions have been great. Oh, they're insanely good. War Within had some really nice ones. Dragonflight was where it all started. Honestly, Shadowlands too, though. But yeah, there's been some really good music recently.
Beware.
I think that guy's a monk. I'm surprised to see a melee willingly choose to go over there and fight that mob. But I think it's better to do it the way we've been doing it, where we go from one to the other. Alright, have a good one, Faxy. See you next week. The boss skin would be cool on a Guardian Druid. Oh yeah, that would be kind of cool. I think there's something similar though, right? I don't actually know. Not like that, but...
Beware.
The design of this boss is terrible. Everything goes against each other. Sliding ice, moving tornadoes, specific areas to stay at. Oh really? I think it's perfect. I think a lot of people just like panic and move around like crazy, but when you stack all the tornadoes up and then move as a unit, it's actually genius. And this third set of tornadoes comes out after the previous set, like the first set of the 3 would spawn, so as you see, there's like no stress on space at all. You just have to stack the tornadoes, really. Another boss that summons elemental. Shamans can't CC. Oh. Would you CC it? Bind elemental. They used to have that, right?
Your last trial awaits you.
Wait. Normal? Yeah. No, why? I thought there was normally different mobs there. Bind elemental still exists. It's just for PvP, huh? Power keys today, Nick. They're great. If we upgrade this one, then we'll be very satisfied. Now what you want to see is our second dungeon, our second death in the dungeon.
What took you so long, eh? Delor will not fight me without you. Hold. Before you face Delor, you must face and kill me.
Leadership requires sacrifice, even of the things we cherish.
Feels a lot like Dragonflight. I think it was season 3 that was like this, where it was like weeks and weeks of keys that were just simply timers were not a factor at all. The only factor was if you died a ton. That's where it feels like we're at again. And that was also, yeah, that was also the last season before Key Squish, so it's actually kind of funny that we were in this position again.
You have passed the trial. Take the burden of Nalarak.
She has died honorably, but the death of those loyal to me, that is my burden. It will be yours.
He saw that. He said defense please, so I just popped Icebound out of combat.
The last trial is at hand. Ready to test your strength and face my claws.
Beware.
Get behind me!
Cannot escape the claws of the war god.
Beware.
Get behind me! Help!
That's one good thing about seeing people's personal defensive. Yep.
My rage will find you.
Beware.
I'll give you cover!
What happens if you overlap the bears? Is it a problem? I assume that does damage.
Beware.
Get behind me!
cannot escape the claws of the war god.
Beware.
I'll give you cover.
Cannot escape the claws of the war god.
Beware.
Get behind me.
Well, another minute plus on a 16. Easy upgrade. A great way to end the week. 33-47. We did a lot. I mean, we could... And if we kept playing, we might be seeing 16 Brazilian this week, honestly. But that is it. I do want to get the reviews done this week, so I have to focus on that. These keys are just not hard. Kind of good, but bad. Cancel review, C+ video, and rake in the cash. Nah, it's not going to be like that anyway. It would be interesting, though. I just don't want to get involved in it, to be honest. Like I said, I don't want to get anybody in trouble, and I don't really care, to be honest. I'm more interested in seeing what everybody's saying about it. This is actually more interesting. I would be more interested in making the video just to talk with people about it. But it does seem like most people here don't care whatsoever, so. Does your death strike predictor still work? Oh no, it's not even. It was a weak ore, so no weak ores anymore. Weak ores, wait. Is there a version of weak ores that works? The way you're saying it? I just gave up on all add-on stuff. Really burned out by the fact that they made that change, to be honest, so I just don't even bother thinking about it. I missed that and the damage type weak ore substantially, but they don't exist anymore. Alright, I guess that's everything. Nothing left to discuss, so we will be back on Tuesday with streams. And got 3 reviews coming this weekend, so stay tuned. Not that I know of, I was just curious if your current HP bar UI somehow was able to get a predictor working. Oh, yeah, no. Nope. Alright, thanks for watching. We will see you guys in the next one.